September 10th, 2024, and this is the regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council. Before we begin, I would like to announce that we have a council member, Sally Meadows, who needs to appear remotely pursuant to the provisions of AB 1249. In order for that to happen, I need to have the approval of council, so may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll on the motion to allow Councilmember Meadows to appear pursuant to AB 1249?
Do I need to make my attestation first?
Oh, yes, you do. Thank you very much. I'm being too efficient.
Yes, I am appearing remotely pursuant to AB 2449 under the Just Cause provision because I'm unable to attend in person due to a medical issue. No other individual 18 years or older is present in the room at my remote location.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Madam City Clerk.
May I ask who made the second? I missed the second. Oh, thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows. Vice Mayor
Yes.
Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. And with that, would you please establish quorum?
Yes, I will. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Councilmember Liang.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here?
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask everyone in the room to please rise if you are able, and I'm going to invite Melanie Urkelai, who is the regent of the Los Altos chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next item is a report on our closed session. The council did have a closed session this evening. We took one reportable action, and that was a unanimous 5-0 vote to allow Councilmember Meadows to appear remotely pursuant to the provisions of AB 1249. Now I'd like to look to my colleagues. Would anyone like to propose a change to the order of the agenda? Okay, seeing none, that brings us to our special items. We have 3 special items tonight. The first one is a proclamation recognizing September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. I'll give the presentation first. Whereas September 17th through 23rd, 2024 is Constitution Week, as signed into public law on August 2nd, 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, and whereas this week commemorates the adoption of the U.S. Constitution, signed on September 17th, 1787 by 39 delegates to the Constitutional Convention, including Benjamin Franklin and George Washington. And whereas the United States Constitution stands as a testament to the tenacity of Americans throughout history to maintain their liberties, freedoms, and inalienable rights. And whereas the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress in 1955 to establish Constitution Week in order to emphasize citizens' responsibilities for protecting and defending the Constitution. And whereas Constitution Week seeks to inform people that the Constitution is the basis for America's great heritage and the foundation for our way of life, and encourage the study of the historical events which led to the framing of the Constitution in September 1787, and whereas citizens and residents of our community can better understand our government and our rights through a better understanding of the United States Constitution and its history. And now, therefore, I, Jonathan Weinberg, as mayor of the city of Los Altos, do hereby declare September 17th through 23rd, 2024 to be Constitution Week in the city of Los Altos, and I call upon all community members to celebrate the establishment of the United States Constitution and renew your understanding of this document. Thank you. President Ercole, I'd like to invite you to please say a few words if you'd like.
First, I wanted to say thank you to Mayor Weinberg and the council for having me here and for supporting DAR, not just in this particular proclamation, but through the 74 years that we have been partners. Our 75th anniversary will be in February. I also wanted to say thank you for not just this proclamation, but for all of the work we've done with the History Museum, with conservation efforts across Los Altos, and a number of other development programs as well as preservation, things that have happened, and for you recognizing how important our Constitution is today. There's a lot of talk about it in politics, but we have been, you and us, have been working with the Constitution, supporting the Constitution for a very, very long time, and will continue to do so. I also wanted to celebrate the fact that 250 years of our country is next year. And we are looking for some special things to do and would love to partner with you with those next year as well. It's amazing to think 250 years. And we think it is an important milestone to get to both 75 and 250, basically in the same year. It's kind of a cool thing. So as a thank you from us to you and the city of Los Altos, I would like to present this challenge coin to Mayor Weinberg.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you're familiar with challenge coins, but this is something military does all the time, but it is now expanded into certainly organizations like this, for us to say, we consider you a very important partner of us, and please accept this as our appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Right over there.
Okay, thank you again very, very much. Next order of business is a proclamation recognizing September as Emergency Preparedness Month. Whereas the city of Los Altos and its residents are vulnerable to the impacts of natural and man-made disasters, and whereas being prepared for disasters must be undertaken at the individual, family, and business level, and whereas National Preparedness Month is held each September and is designed to encourage Americans to take simple steps to prepare for emergencies in their homes, businesses, and communities. And whereas the 2024 theme of National Preparedness Month is Start a Conversation. Talking about bad things that could happen like a disaster or an emergency isn't always easy. We may think we're protecting the people we love by avoiding these conversations, but it's important to start taking steps to get ready and stay safe. And whereas starting a conversation today can help you, your family, and your neighbors to take more actions to prepare. By taking simple steps, you can build your preparedness at your own pace. Set aside a time when everyone is calm and relaxed. It may help to hold the discussions over a set time period so decisions aren't rushed and people feel more comfortable talking about the topic. And talk about steps you've taken to prepare and encourage others to ask questions about preparedness actions that might work for them. And whereas the City of Los Altos offers disaster preparedness information and opportunities throughout the year to encourage our citizens to be prepared, alert, and aware of threats to our community's safety and security. And whereas citizens of the City of Los Altos will benefit from joining with the nation's citizens in embracing this valuable opportunity to learn of ways we can prepare for an emergency and assist others in the event of a disaster of any size and duration. Now, therefore, I, Jonathan Weinberg, as Mayor of the City of Los Altos, do hereby declare September 2024 as Preparedness Month in the City of Los Altos. And I call on all Los Altans to seriously contemplate the state of their personal preparedness, strive to meet the challenge of increasing their self-reliance, and recognize the need to provide provisions for their families in case of an emergency. Thank you. And I'm now going to ask several members of Resilient Los Altos to come down for a photo op, and then I will turn the floor over to them for another special presentation. So, Art, what are the different color vests?
So there are three groups of volunteers in the city that are part of Resilient Los Altos. We have the neighborhood folks who are the BACs, block action teams, and we have a block action team leader here. The people in the green vests are people who have been trained under a FEMA requirement mostly by the Santa Clara County Fire Department as CERTs. That's a community emergency response team. And then the people in the yellow vests are people who are ham radio operators. So we work when everything else dies in terms of radio, of communications. And what you'll find is that many of us are twofers and threefers. I'm also a CERT. You're also a ham, so we have several different groups of people. So the three colors are the three groups that we bring to you.
Well, thank you very
Okay,
much.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And next, we will receive a presentation from Resilient Los Altos on emergency preparedness.
Great. And do I have a mic that's on? I apparently do. Yes, great. So, excellent. So, thank you. We're Resilient Los Altos. We're a group of volunteers that work with stakeholders in the city and the county to make sure that the citizens of Los Altos will be resilient, that they will suffer adversity and come back stronger than they did when they were hurt. And I'll go into a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So we're volunteers in the city. We train to do things like put out fires, but we also train to figure out how to let the city know how badly neighborhoods are being or whether they're fine. So in a situation with an emergency, we will provide you information about where to allocate scarce resources. And so people take a lot of classes. We do a lot of hands-on work. The picture in the lower right is I think that was after the pet parade. So we do a lot of things where we try to actually employ some of the things that we've used. Next slide, please. So we spent a lot of time on this trying to make sure that this was crisp and actually does what we want it to. So our mission statement is that Resilient Los Altos helps to build strong Los Altos neighborhoods and provides them with the knowledge, training, and communications to prepare, respond, and recover from adversity, such as power outages, storms, fires, and earthquakes. So we're trying to be ready for the things that hopefully will never happen. So that's our goal. So next slide. Oops, I advanced it too quickly. So we are neighborhood-based, and we're all volunteers. There are about 300 of us in the city today, split up between block action team leaders. So there are actually many more people that are involved because all the neighborhood people as well. But the leaders, about 100 of those currently. The CERTs, who have been trained in disaster medicine and light search and rescue and things of that sort, are about 125 of those folks. And there are about 75 hams. There are about 300 licensed hams, but only 75 that pay attention to emergency management, and probably of that, 40 or so that are really active in emergency comm, both here for the city and for Santa Clara County. So there are about 100 BATs currently established in Los Altos. That represents about 25% of the households in Los Altos, and that's not good enough. We really are trying to grow that now. While the pandemic hurt us from the standpoint of growing that, we've continued to get a trickle of new CERTs and new hams, but we still have not really been able to grow the number of BATs, and that's the thing that we're after this year and moving forward. So we are an incubator project of the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, which is a 501c3 organization. So they don't give us any money, but they do our accounting for us, and they let us accept donations from people appropriately. Next slide, please. So some of the stakeholders that are active, the city of Los Altos, we work for the city, and the city hopefully will work with us as well going forward. You provide a significant fraction of our budget that we're able to do this, but we provide the additional eyes and ears for city events where there's a possibility for mass casualty situations, and often lost children and lost parents. So things like the Pet Parade and the Arts and Wine Festival and the Festival of Lights. Things like the Festival of Lights is a county-wide activity. We'll have 60 or 70 people from around the county that come here because it's such a great opportunity to work in the dark with all of the noise and still be able to communicate with people. On the other side, we're trying to prepare, mitigate, respond, and recover when something really bad happens. So we're working on that. Santa Clara County Fire Department, they teach all of the CERTs. They bring us new people all the time, and we give back by actually teaching radio communications to the CERT classes that they put on. We work with the Los Altos schools. I'm now in my 5th year as the emergency coordinator for Covington Elementary School. My daughter is in 5th grade. My granddaughter is in 5th grade now. So I'm looking now for another first grade parent who is willing to take on this activity to do this. Faith-based organizations are something we're working on now. What we're finding is that a lot of the people who need to be paid attention to in a bad situation are seniors and people with access and functional needs. And we haven't found really good ways to get to these people. Our best shot so far has been actually working with faith-based organizations. And so we're working more on that. There are also Cadre SV, the Collaborating Agencies Disaster Relief Effort. I'm going to do a lot of acronyms, so if I didn't define one. So they are the VOAD, the Voluntary Agencies Active in a Disaster. And so for Santa Clara County. So we are a member of Cadre, and that's where all the issues for Red Cross and for dealing with shelters, dealing with food supplies and things of that will come along. So we're probably more likely to be helping in a situation like that than receiving help based on the affluence of Los Altos, but we want to be connected with those folks. So next slide, please. So what do we do as an organization? Our primary effort is to support neighborhoods, to get neighborhoods to know each other, to be able to assess what they can do together, so that they're not surprised and making the first contact with people when a bad situation has happened. We do a lot of training. We do hands-on drills. We have a drill coming up in about 6 weeks, I believe. We provide equipment and supplies so that people can do this. Most people are not going to be interested in providing the whole range of equipment that you might want to have available to do this, but they may have one or two pieces, and knowing how that works allows us to be more effective. We support the city. They support us. We appreciate that. We do the schools. We have faith-based organizations that we're working with now. But mostly we deliver training because we're trying to be prepared for people doing this. So we do a lot of emergency preparedness and also communications activity because we are relatively confident that the cell phones and internet are not going to work in a situation. We had storms early this year that proved that to be true. We take a lot of training. So we've Santa Clara County Fire, California Specialized Training Institute, BATAP, FEMA, and neighborhood jurisdiction training. A lot of our people have been trained in EOC work. We've been treated in point of distribution, in volunteer management. So a lot of us have taken a lot of classes in that sort of thing. Next slide, please. Okay, well, how are we going to respond in an emergency? Well, you know, every day there's an automobile accident or a structure fire, and they're handled. We've got great people in the city and great people in the county. They come up, they appear, the ambulances take them away, they put out the fire, they do all this stuff. We're not involved. Maybe we're going to have a wildfire in the hills up above the Los Altos Hills. And that doesn't happen every day, but it happens often enough that they have CAL FIRE showing up and mutual aid and doing this thing to go in there. Again, we're not involved in any of that. What we're going to be involved with is when something big happens that it tends to overwhelm the existing capacity of people to deal with this. So a significant earthquake or a really violent storm, those sorts of things. That's when we're going to be activated and be able to work with the city to help people get through the situation. We know the communication infrastructure will be damaged, potentially completely offline. And the planning for this is that the residents are probably not going to be helped by the city in any meaningful way for 7 days. That's one of the planning criteria in the city's emergency operations plan. So we're trying to get people to be resilient and self-sufficient when these sorts of things happen. So next slide. So I took my vacation in 2023 in Ka'anapali. This is the upper picture is the picture off my fifth store balcony at about noon on that day. And at this point, we knew the only road south to past Lahaina towards the center of the place was closed. By 9 o'clock that night, you can see the lower picture. And if you look at this, what you can see, if you look closely at some of the trees, you'll see that they're all misshapen. All those palm trees are pointed towards the sea. That's because the winds at that point were between 50 and 70 miles an hour, driving that area down there. So it wasn't just a regular fire. The effect of this was that it completely overwhelmed the city of Lahaina, or the town of Lahaina, and all of Maui County in terms of being able to do this. And basically, it went to the sea. And people died, and they're recovering well, but it was a massive situation. That's the kind of thing we hope never ever happens in Los Altos. But you can get a combination of wind and fire and other things going on. We want to be there to help our citizens when something like that happens. Next slide, please. So, what are we going to expect when an emergency happens? One of these overwhelming emergencies. Well, the city's not going to be much help, and the county's not much better. There's going to be a handful of people. If it's at night, you might get 6 policemen and 6 firemen to serve 30,000 people. So you shouldn't be looking for the police to show up to help you or the firemen to take you away because you've got a broken leg. It ain't going to happen. So people that have been trained, that understand what's going on, are likely to be okay with this, but a lot of people it's going to be chaos. They're not going to know what's going on. What we're trying to do is to get people not to have chaos. Excuse me. It's going to be almost certainly, it'll be dark and cold and it'll be raining and your cell phone won't work. So the neighbors that have planned for this are going to be ready to deal with it. But people who aren't are going to be frustrated. They're going to be frightened, and they're going to be difficult to deal with. So we're hoping that people will start to understand the sorts of things that we ought to do here. So what can you do to prepare? So the next slide, please. This is free. It takes 10 minutes. If everybody did this, just this one thing, imagine in your mind, imagine a week with no electricity, no cell service, no internet, no water supply, no natural gas supply, overwhelmed healthcare, closed supermarkets, closed gas stations, and your credit card and Apple Pay don't work. That's what I had when I was in Kaanapali, when that Lahaina fire happened. Nothing worked. If you had a $20 bill, you could go into the gift shop at the hotel and buy whatever they had, but it was pretty much gone. But they had no ability to use your credit card to give you change because everybody had $20 bills. So it's a mess. So think about that. Think about it, when you're quiet, close your eyes and think about it. And if you say, hey, I've got that handle, no problem, I can get right through that, then you don't have to listen to the rest of this. But if you've thought about this, mostly you're going to say, oh, I should do a few things to be a little bit prepared for this. Okay, next slide. This is a huge list. You don't have to do all of this. Do some of it. Do one or two of these things. Prepare a family communications plan. Does your child going to school have a piece of paper in their backpack that has all of the family's cell phone numbers on it? Not in their cell phone, because it may not work, right? On a piece of paper, hopefully laminated, so it isn't all smushed together. You need to, who are they supposed to contact someplace out of the area that they can get a hold of? Do you know your evacuation zone? We have the evacuation zone for the city are all set. Have you registered for Alert SCC or for Nixle? All free, easy things to do. Know your neighbors. This start a conversation. A huge, great theme for this year's Emergency Preparedness Month. Who in your neighborhood knows how to do first aid? Do you have any nurses? Do you have any vets? Do you have a doctor? By the way, those doctors and nurses are going to be gone minutes after this thing happens because they're heading for the hospital because the hospital is just going to be swamped. Has somebody in the neighborhood be trained in CPR or in stop the bleed? Because bleeding out is the number one issue that we're going to have with people dying is because they can't control arterial bleeds. Does somebody have a chainsaw, pry bar, generator, tools? What are they? Do you know how to communicate? We train lots and lots of citizens in Los Altos how to use these small radio walkie-talkies to be able to communicate, and have put up a citywide communication ability to get that information to the city. Know where your water is. Do you know how to treat the water in your neighbor's swimming pool so you can drink it? We'll train you how to do that if you want to do it. Know where utilities come in. Do you know how to shut off your gas or your water or your power? But do you know that if you shut off your gas, you have to wait for PG&E to come back? So if you smell it, shut it off. But if you don't. Do you know how to survive outside your house? If it's off the foundation, can you live in your car? Do you have a tent? Do you have some Mylar blankets that will keep you warm? Do you have cash someplace? A couple $100 in small bills that you don't spend. You keep it because you need it when you need it. You have some gas in your tank because there's not going to be any gas station. So a lot of stuff you can do, but you can't do them all at once. So do a little bit every month. All right, next slide, please. Okay, what are you going to do in an emergency? Well, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to deny it's happening. So don't freeze, realize something bad happened, get yourself stabilized. Don't dither or panic. Get ready to act, and then act. So don't go into this, I've got to collect all my photographs, unless that's what you're going to do to act. You need to activate your family communication plan. Do you know where your spouse is? Do you know where your kids are? Do you know where your parents are? Does somebody outside of the state know what's going on? Are you texting them to tell them? Can you check your house? Does it have any kind of structural damage? Is there gas or water leaks? What's going on? If you've done that, then you're okay. And that's what we really want. We want people to be okay. Now go outside and work with your neighbors. Find out who, particularly work with ones that may need a little help. A senior living alone, for example. But take care of each other, please. And listen to trusted information. One of the things that we figure is going to be a very, very difficult situation is the social media today is full of bad stuff, misinformation and disinformation, and the vacuum that will be created by this event will be nasty. So please choose who to talk to. Listen to KCBS and KQED. Those are good. Listen to the city's PIO. Big deal. Listen to us. we'll hopefully know what's going on. So avoid that. So next slide, please. Was that frightening? That was not my intention. My intention is to motivate you a little bit to do something about this. So we hope you'll start this conversation with your family and friends, that you'll have some time to talk to them and build this. But understand that we've got great building codes in Los Altos. The likelihood that a stick-built property in this city is going to fall over is almost zero. A lot of them, still some that aren't bolted to their foundation, so we'll lose a couple, but we'll be great. And there's hardly any unreinforced masonry, so we'll be great. We have dedicated public service employees, and they're going to be doing their best, but they're going to be overloaded. Just going to be there. So don't make crazy demands, because it's not going to help anything. While the utilities are making great advances, they're working on keeping power and gas and water available. You may not get there. Valley Water, for example, is very, very active in emergency work in the county. So I think the likelihood that that one's going to fall apart is not. PG&E is kind of a spotted record at this point. Right? Yeah. So your cell phone and internet aren't going to be working. You should think about the emotional impact of that. It's so much of our lives these days. I made the mistake of driving up to my property in Colfax, and I forgot my phone. I was up in Colfax for a week without my phone. It was a remarkable experience, I will tell you that. So, but know that your family, and your community, we're all going to survive, and we're all going to recover. So this is not a negative talk. This is about being ready to prosper and recover. Next slide. So thank you for letting us talk to you about that. I think the photograph here is interesting. Couple of pieces to this. You see that the Larry's piece there, the Los Altos Amateur Radio Emergency Service. Every city in the county has an ARES group. There's Sayers and Mountain View ARES and all these sort of stuff. So that's been around for about 50 years. So the ham radios guys around here worrying for what's going to blow down for a long time. But we didn't have the bats in the search until about 10 years ago. And a woman that's in that picture, I'm going to draw a blank, Sherry Dodsworth, was a part of the Los Altos Community Center when it was that. And she started the BAT program almost 10 years ago. And she's now moved away. She's still active, but she's not with us. Anyway, so terrific. Thank you for doing that sort of stuff for going on. And then last slide, resources. There are a lot of resources. Nobody should be able to say, well, I want to do something, but I don't know where I could find out what I should do. There are resources everywhere to do this. And this is a quick, short list to get started. So that's what I had to do. Any questions or questions?
Mr. Whipple, thank you very, very much for this very important presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
I will look at my colleagues and see if anyone has any questions. Vice Mayor.
I just want to reiterate the value of having a network of good information. Having just lived through a natural disaster myself in my property in Northern California, the worst part of it was not having access to information. And, neighbors would say, oh my God, we got an evacuation order. And somebody else says, no, you're an evacuation warning. Your zone is next to the one that's in order. So do get all that ahead of time so that you're not panicking, and then, look to these good sources of information to try and make rational decisions, because it's the panic that makes everything worse for everybody. And it makes the first responders' jobs a whole heck of a lot harder when the residents are in a panic, they're not evacuating when they're told to evacuate, or they're not doing the things that they need to do to keep themselves safe. Because the last thing that we want are our first responders having to divert their attention from the actual calamity in order to move residents out of harm's way and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Those are very important points. Thank you. Council members? Councilor Meadows, any questions? No? Art, thank you again very, very much. I really appreciate the
We
presentation.
appreciate the support from the city, and we will try to do lots more stuff for the community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next item of business on our agenda is public comments for items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to speak to the council about anything that we are not already planning to speak about later this evening, now is the time to do so. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards?
We have 4 cards currently.
Okay, let's give each speaker 3 minutes, please.
The first speaker is, sorry, I'm going to say this wrong, Frank Cano?
Good evening. Just to, before starting, just to share with you that I'm talking about an experience that I've had with how a tree, basically a heritage oak, was treated, and I'm going to go over that. So I don't know the relevance yet to the orchard discussion that's going to be going on later tonight, but I thought you should be aware of some of the decisions that are being made. My name is Frank Cano. I've been a resident over 30 years, and I live in a small area with 3 homes, and my neighbor had a heritage oak on the property, but over 50% of the branches went over my property, which I enjoyed very much. In the early 2000s, the neighbor applied to remove the tree with safety concerns. The town sent messages to the neighbors to make us aware of that. I and one other objected to that, and we then had a meeting with the town council, which at the time also had their own arborist, and the neighbor and myself each had our own arborist. And the town council discussed this and came to the decision that the tree was in very good condition and voted to keep it. And spoke about how the neighbors just had zero tolerance for that. So we'll fast forward now to last year, 2023, when the same owner applied again, and now the town granted an emergency removal permit, with the basis being that it was a dangerous condition that requires immediate action for life and limb. The reasons that were listed were dry rot, disease, and a cable system. The points that I would like to make about that is that there was no qualified arborist involved at all, and all 3 of those reasons would require an arborist knowledgeable and qualified to comment on that. In addition, the cable system is something that increases the safety, and that was installed by the original owner of the tree to make sure that that tree stayed healthy and there were no branches that would fall. So that's the first point. The other one being that in the permit,
Mr. Cano, thank you. Your time is up, I'm afraid. If you would like to have the rest of your comments given to the council, I would invite you to email them.
did I take 3 minutes? I don't think so.
Yes, you were given 3 minutes.
Can you give me just 30 seconds and I'll go right to the end?
I'm sorry, but we have a lot of speakers tonight.
Well,
I can't keep giving more time to people.
I certainly
I
appreciate
would invite you to you can leave your notes with the clerk, and she can give it to the council, or you're welcome to email them.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, in
Could I
summary,
ask a question?
Yes.
please.
What were you asking for tonight regarding this
I was
tree ordinance?
I wanted to make the town council aware of the type of inequities that were going on in the tree permits. Okay? No arborist, arbitrary decisions, this emergency. There was no emergency. If there was, they would have told me. That tree was taken down more than 2 months after they got the permit.
Okay.
So we're talking about life and limb, okay? No sign on the tree, no sign anywhere. So I'm just trying to make the town aware, and I actually put a line in the last week. And the reason, well,
Thank you.
enough time.
Thank you. I just wanted clarity of what you were asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Eshwar Vinakota.
Could you hit slideshow? Great. Hello, my name is Ishu Vinakota, and this is my presentation. Next slide, please. So I started an initiative around 2 years ago called Teens Beyond Screens. Its mission is to make phones productive and not addictive. Next slide, please. So this is more information about my movement. Next slide. So in summary, phones are here to stay in our lives. Next slide. They're useful for learning, for developing social connections, and for enhancing creativity. Next slide. But obviously, they are addictive. Nearly 45% of teens are almost constantly online. This disturbs their sleep, negatively impacts their mental health, and affects the amount of physical activity per day. Next slide. Reiterating this idea. Next slide. So some of the research I did a survey on teens' daily screen time by asking them to take screenshots about their screen time per day. Next slide. I reviewed current research from the Pew Research Center, Common Sense Media, and Center for Humane Technology. Next slide. I spread awareness. In my trip to India, I gave a talk at a nursing school for teens and young adults and spread awareness about screen addiction and workshopped possible solutions. Next slide. I thought of an idea of digital nutritional labels for apps, which I titled Screen Score. Next slide. Some of my findings. Screen addiction is a universal problem across the world. Next slide. And social media apps, not surprisingly, are the biggest time users. Next slide. And teens in phone-free schools have the lowest screen time. So one of the medical students in India had a daily screen time of 10 minutes rather than someone living in the Bay Area with 11 hours. Yeah. So my proposal for Los Altos is to have phone-free zones. So what is a phone-free zone? It's a physical space that invites people to be off the screen and in the moment. Next slide. So some of the qualifications, there's some sort of phone pocket, there's a poster to declare and label the area, and there's a logging sheet to track, how long you've spent off the phone, and some fun props and fun incentives. That's it. Next slide. Some ideas for props. You may have a puzzle of the day, icebreaker questions, deep quotes to reflect on, and 1,000 pieces.
Thank you very much for your comments. This was very interesting. I would invite you to send your presentation or maybe any other notes to the council. I think we would all like to see them. Three of us have
so much for your time.
teen kids ourselves. Thank you.
And
Thank you
Mayor,
so
if I
much.
may,
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, through the mayor, thank you for the presentation. Well done. And I would also suggest, if you haven't already, to reach out. We have a youth commission. Oh, he did? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Morris.
Hello, I'm speaking as a resident this evening, not as a park commissioner, and I do serve on the park commission. I received an email and a phone call, a bit disturbing, of stating that they thought that a particular member of the city council was biased coming into this meeting in particular, based on a response that was sent to their email. I have a grave concern about that. I wanted to bring it to the attention of the city council. And the concern that this particular resident had was that coming into the meeting, that there was an opinion already formed about what was going to be discussed and voted on this evening. And so I would ask that you be aware of this, that this is being said. It's not the first time I've heard somebody say that. So I wanted to share it with the city council members this evening. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Freddie Wheeler.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to speak to you tonight about parking plazas 7 and 8, which was the subject of the last meeting. There's a lot of concern about parking plazas being used for things other than parking. I just wanted to say that my own particular concern is that we do need to have affordable housing in this city. And that area was set aside by you and Mr. Zorns in planning for the housing that we have to build to meet our RENA objectives. It was set aside for affordable housing. And I would urge you, I realize that affordable housing has a lot of challenges for financing in this day and age. But please, please, do not accept a developer's proposal that will end up with just another condo building like we already have on First Street, where some of the housing units are set aside for affordable, but not the majority of them. If you could get 100% affordable on those parking plazas, then in my own personal opinion, we would have a deal worth making that would be worth giving up our parking plazas. But to just have another First Street condo with 15%, 20% affordable housing, that's not a good deal, not to give up those parking plazas. So I'm just asking you, please, 100% affordable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, our timer is acting up. That is the last card that I have for not on the agenda, public.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. Okay, the next item of business on our calendar is the consent calendar. I will open the consent calendar up to public comment. If you would like to make a comment on any of the, 9 items that are on consent, now is the time to do so. Even if an item is pulled off of the consent calendar for discussion later, there will not be a new opportunity to give public comment. So, Madam City Clerk, we have one card.
I was going to tell Freddie not to sit down. I have her card.
I wanted to say thank you for making the shoulders and the medians in South Los Altos better. Thank you, thank you. They are so improved over what they used to be. It was the reason I first got involved in city politics, was I would send emails with photographs of the sharp cutoff in mowing between El Monte and Magdalena that used to happen on the foothill shoulders. I've noticed that Foothill Crossing, the median, that they've planted a lot of nice little plants and landscaping, and they've actually pulled the weeds. It looks so much better. Thank you for the contract going out to this third-party contractor to keep the foothill shoulders and the medians, and I think other streets nice looking. For people to drive into our city, which is listed in one of the big papers or magazines as one of the richest cities in the United States, and to have it look like some disgusting weed overgrown, God knows what, little town in somewhere else, is really embarrassing. So this is a really big thing that I appreciate. I know in the general scheme of the things that are wrong with the world, it's nothing, but it's really something when you drive by and have to look at it every day. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wheeler.
I have no other speaker cards.
Okay, then I will look to my colleagues. Would anyone like to bring anything off of consent? Councilmember Liang.
I'd like to request agenda items 6 and 9.
6 and 9 you want to pull? Okay. Agenda item 6, that is Assistant City Manager Zorns, that's yours. Okay, and 9, Director Hernandez, is that your presentation? Director Hernandez, I think that's the only thing that you're here for tonight, right? Well, Mr. Zorns, you're here with us till the bitter end. All right, I will move number 9 to discussion after we do item 11. And I will move item number 9 to right after consent before we get to item number 10.
You mean 6?
I'm sorry, so 6
to 11.
six is at the end before the informational, and then 9 will be after 8. Okay, does anyone else wish to remove anything from consent? No? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move, Mayor, that we approve the consent calendar items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8.
Second.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to item number 9. Councilmember Liang, do you want to give a brief presentation as to why you asked to pull this?
Yes, thank you for the report. I did just have a few questions. One, I wanted to understand where the fountains are going to be located, so if you could somehow show us a map, it would be nice to know. And then also, if we could have a photo of the intended fountains, that would be great as well.
Sure, Councilmember Liang, yes, I can do both of those. So what I've put up on the screen right now is the map. I'm gonna have to move this out of the way here. Is the map of where those are, and what I want to point out is, if you can see my cursor, those are the locations of the drinking fountains at Lincoln Park that we're installing along Foothill Expressway. One on the left end of the screen there is going to be Edith. On the right side of the screen is going to be Maine. And closer to Maine is the second location of the drinking fountains. We have 2 fountains going in. Your second question on this item is going to be the style of hydration stations. They are the Haas 3612s. What you're seeing here is like a 3611, I believe, but it's similar to this right here. You're going to have an ADA extension here. You're going to have a dog bowl at the bottom. You're going to have a bottle filler. I believe we have 2 arms actually on the one that we ordered. And then you're going to have, let me see if I can move this out. No, that's not it. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry. And then over here in this image, you'll see working with Rotary and their donation, they requested a spigot, a water spigot, a hose bib that's lockable. So there you
Okay.
go.
So if you could show me the map again,
Oh,
and
sure.
then getting back to this, I was just wondering, all our water stations or hydration stations are green. I was just wondering why we're choosing black this time as well.
Just working on something different there that looks really good because they've come up with new colors that Haas did. So black looked good. We talked to Ruri about it, and that was the color we chose.
Okay, and then the other question I had was based on location. Since we needed to hook it up to the sewer connection as well, it didn't make sense to try to move it closer to the chamber building because they already have a sewer line and it would require less chances of digging or would it impede how we do traffic mitigation around there to install that sewer line to connect to those fountains?
Okay, so to answer that, first, actually, my project manager just chimed in. I don't know if you saw it up on the screen.
Oh, no.
But another reason we chose the black is it matches the fence. The fence along Lincoln is black. So anyhow, that's just a side note. A lot of the location of this in the what would that be, the west end? Some people call it the north end of the Lincoln Park is based on working with Rotary. Once again, they have a big event there. The other thing too is on the other end, on the east end of the park, on the other side of Maine, it's very there's a lot of berms there, and this is more of a path area as far as flat where people actually walk through it. There's benches and stuff like that. We separated the two installations because of its connection to the sewer lines over here and then on each side of them. It's closer connection to the sewer lines that were accessible. So that's why we put them over there. But
And then with going forward, there are parks and other locations that we wanted to continue to be on, maintain new hydration stations. Are we going to continue to utilize this model going forward, this nice commercial model?
yes, this model has proven in other agencies, I know, as being very resilient, a very strong model, and will hopefully go with the Haas brand. Now, those hydration stations, they're very popular right now, and we will talk about that with the Parks and Arts Commission in going forward in the replacement schedule that we have for the other parks.
Okay, one more question. Since you said you chose black because it matches the fence,
That's part of it.
the fountains are going to be kind of like on the opposite side of the parks, away from the fence. So I was wondering why we
Well, it's
wanted
not
to
right
match.
next to the, yeah, that was just another reason, that's all. They look pretty
Oh,
sharp.
okay,
That's all.
okay. Because I would have thought that green would be consistent with all our other parks.
Yes, and just a quick comment on that. Some of our other parks have the green fountains, and I know it matches the playgrounds there. They're green too.
Or the
So,
greenery in
there you go.
the park, yeah. Okay, but thank you for all those questions. It's, I just wanted to get that information going forward. And then which parks, because we had a list of 15 parks, and we had the high priority, and we were successful changing out some of the fountains. We still have other fountains that need to be replaced. Which one's next on the list?
I'm sorry, I don't have that list in front of me. I'll have
Okay.
to pull that out.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I'll look to my colleagues. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Otherwise, I will accept the motion.
I'd be glad to motion that we approve agenda item 6. Oh, 9, sorry. I pulled,
Okay, so I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with EPS Incorporated for Lincoln Park Drinking Fountains project in an amount not to exceed $98,000 and up to 15% contingency funds not to exceed $14,700.
Second.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Liang,
yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the council's consideration of an appeal of a tree removal permit. This is a public hearing, and for this agenda item, the council will be sitting as a quasi judicial body. The narrow question in front of the council is, did the city staff act contrary to the Los Altos Municipal Code, California law, or our own policies and procedures when it issued the tree removal permit? I intend to conduct this agenda item in accordance with our norms and procedures. First, I will ask council members if anyone has an ex parte disclosure. We will then move on to an oral presentation by the appellants. The appellants will be given 10 minutes. We will then accept an oral presentation by staff, and that will be 10 minutes. At that point, I will turn it over to the city council to ask any questions of the appellants or staff. I will then open up the public hearing, and we will take public comment. Then the appellants will get a rebuttal of 5 minutes. I will close the public hearing, and we will bring this back to the council for deliberation. And just one final note, the appellants are given 15 minutes of time to speak, but they may not speak as members of the public because they're already given that 15 minutes. Madam City Attorney, did I miss anything?
No, and who, we have the appellants' names down, so it's the people on the appeal, and so those will be in the 10 minutes and then the 5-minute rebuttal, but others can speak. And then, but I did want to mention something because there was a member of the public claiming some sort of bias. I'm unaware of this. This is the first time I've heard of it. So as what we would always do and what you've been advised is you take the public comments, you take the public written testimony, the staff report, and you make your decision based on all of that information that's before you in the record. So again, I don't think there's any bias. So, but again, you need to be open-minded and consider all the evidence, the pros and cons, before you make your decision. So,
Thank you. All right, does any member of the council wish to disclose any ex parte communications? All right, then I will invite the appellants to come up to the podium for the presentation.
Can I ask a simple question? So do I have 15 minutes total, or does it go 10 minutes and then 5 minutes to, so it's sort of broken into two parts?
Yes, you have up to 10 minutes now, and you have up to 5 minutes after public comment.
And then when does staff do a report, or how does that?
After you give your 10-minute presentation, staff will then give a 10-minute presentation.
Okay.
After those two presentations, members of the council can ask questions to anyone, and the answers to those questions are not timed.
Thank you. It was a little confusing. I got a link that said, go look up norms and council things, and the link didn't work for a while. And anyway, I'm glad
Yeah.
to be here. Thank you.
Great. So, but before your time begins, I just want to make
Just
sure,
get
are we,
my docs.
are there any questions about procedure or anything else? I want to make sure that you have your full time.
Can you
Thank
move
you.
the microphone closer to your
Sure.
mouth?
Sure.
Or does it move closer to you? No? Okay.
No.
Oh, okay, I thought yours was movable.
And
like ours.
John is doing my
Okay,
slides.
that's fine. Thank you.
So I'm gonna, do I have something here? Oh, is that it? Oh, look. Look, it's my mom, probably. No, one of my daughters, don't worry.
Okay, thank you very much.
I should turn
Please
off my
begin.
phone. Okay. Ready. Let me can I get my docs all together
Yes.
before I get time?
And actually,
here?
while you're doing that, I'll just make an announcement to members in the audience. If you haven't already, please do silence your phones and try to keep chatter to a minimum or go outside. I don't want to sound grumpy up here, but we just had the council chambers redesigned. The curved wall is designed to make all sound as loud as possible for the 5 of us up here. So side conversations, phones going off, we really do hear everything, and I know that the 5 of us want to focus on the speakers, so thank you very much in advance for your cooperation in that.
That means me.
That
which
means
I
you
just
too.
turned off. Okay, well, that's good. I'm Catherine Nunes, and I moved to Los Altos in 1993 to set down my roots in what was called the semi-rural village atmosphere with a leafy heart. If you look up semi-rural, you might appreciate it to find cities with plans, preservation policies, and projects that blend development with natural, and in this case, agricultural landscapes with building. And I think that's sort of an important mantra to not want to run away from what our history is. So through my career, I just want to give you a quick highlight as an editor and writer of the local regional history and on agriculture, trees, and the environment. I get an opportunity to hang out with historians, orchardists, tree folk who understand that protecting the environment includes our natural and cultural resources. So that's sort of where we're going to start. I've been a vocal public steward and community repository of a lot of records, documents, and timelines for the orchard since 2007. I've been through it. And there's a lot of history. And that's what we're going to try to get into. I am not going to dive deep into all of the data and facts. I'm going to try to get to sort of where we're at and try to help you identify the police station area as a part of the heritage orchard. So my first slide is sort of, clicky. Are you going to do it? Okay. I'm going to summarize what I'm here today to do, get you to deny the permit or uphold the appeal for a lot of reasons, permanent, and especially just the permanent removal of these trees from an area without proper review, EIR, and process. But I also would like to encourage you, I have another level of appeal here. It's on a different level, and it's to appeal you to a site-wide EIR, historic resource survey, which I've asked for numerous times, and I've directed the city in that regard, and a needed project review for individual EIRs. And finally, to get to, for the orchard, a historic preservation plan. So that's where we sit. Let's start. Let's dig in. Public support. A poll from last week in the Los Altos Tie-and-Crier shows there's a lot of people, 80%, looks like 82%, who want to protect the orchard. It's a big thing. You guys hear it. There's a lot of noise about it. Okay, moving on. But the one thing I wanted to state is, some of you were in on this, I always get said, what's the purpose of the orchard? Especially when it wasn't looking very good. And I was out doing my little tours and walkabouts. What's the purpose? Why do we have it? And I was very pleased, and some of you were on the council at the time. In 2021, there was an ordinance, and it was done to prevent sale of the land on Civic Center. And in it, they gave a perfect dispositions to try to protect all of the facilities on the land. And in that, they listed as a working historic orchard demonstrating and showcasing the city's and the region's historical agricultural roots and heritage that is maintained and kept productive. And I'd like to start there, okay? And I think that's important. So let's move on. The city has talked about historic preservation. It's an element in your general plan, as is tree preservation. We talk a lot about the housing element, but often don't look at the general plan. We're a certified local government since 1991, and I've had lots of conversations about certified local government, including meetings with the State Office of Historic Preservation on it. And I can attest that we should learn more and really understand what preserving historic preservation is and what we've made a commitment to, and a lot of other things down this list. We've made a great step forward, and I really appreciate this council stepping forward last year to authorize the maintenance contract with the museum. I think it's maintenance, but it also builds a great connection with the history. But that's only one piece of it. The city is also still responsible for the land use decisions, where irrigation gets placed, what's used, what's not used. There are many decisions on that the city is still driving and is still the owner of the property. They own it. They are the people. So it was quite remarkable to me what happened, and this is where I want to talk on the big picture. In March of 2024, we've seen a lot happening in the orchard. We're out there working every day with, there's volunteers, we're out in part of it. And I'd like to move to the next slide really quickly, because in March of this year, there was an arbitrary change in how we represented the orchard. And it came in the terms of, you can flip it. This is my slide. Yep. So it came from 2.84 acres to less than 2 acres. And if you look at this list of all of the things going on in the orchard, all at the same time, you can see that there is an impact. You can see how we have shrunk the size of a historic resource. We have shrunk it in use, and that's what we're going to talk about today, and in historic integrity. And our job as a CLG, it's in all of your reports, is to manage the integrity of items in your historic resources. And so I want to talk about the site-wide thing. I want to get down into the police department, but I don't want to lose sight that right now we need an immediate EIR for this entire site with immediate action. And I hope that the council will consider that appeal in a broad sense. So let's move on. Let's talk about the Northeast Grove, as we're going to call it, because that's how it's represented in the State Department of Parks record that we have, HR 15, the Northeast sector. And so here's the questions I get asked. Are the trees, tree sites, and the land inside the boundaries of the Heritage Orchard? Yes, for the Police Grove, one of the described orchard sections at the Civic Center. Is there a historic primary record for the Heritage Orchard? Yes. 2011 is the last time that we did that, State DPR HR 15, and it is done by an outside qualified historic group, Circa Properties, San Francisco. It was executed. They look at all the documents, and then they come to a summary of what's included in your historic resource. Is there a map and land description in the primary record? Yes, with other character defining elements and features. And we're going to talk a little bit about historic resource, looking at them in its totality. But it may benefit from additional survey in the way that you might look at it, which is the measurements. But often in primary records for ranches, for agricultural property, it might be descriptive. It might be a descriptive to elements, like it runs along the lake and things like that. So we have to be really cautious about that. But it also includes historic character defining features, elements like trees, tree sites, all of those things are important. Are there any identified restrictions? Yes, and maybe others. And that would require an even more thorough qualified historic resource called a historic resource evaluation. The commission just did one, historic commission in last year, by a private residence who did one for the Milverton House. They are 200 pages long. They go into depth, and they are done by an outside group. They look at all your deeds, your title, what it is. So that's an important foundational document that we've been asking for. So yes, are there other subsequent city descriptions, maps, useful to identify the land, tree, or tree sites? Yes, there are, and they were done as city official documents. Are the trees and this part of the orchard by the police station maintained by the History Museum contract? No. Okay, and it's the first time they haven't been. When Phil Deutsch had it, and he was the last person to do it, and any orchardist before that, they were contracted to handle all orchard areas on it. So this is the first time we didn't, for maybe a lot of good reason, but we did not include that in there, and I can tell you a little bit about it. Okay, so let's move on. The appeal, I'm going to really focus for this first part of it, and if I have time, I'm going to talk about all the...
You've got less than a minute.
Okay, so let's move on. Click then. Here we go. Is there a historic resource? Yep. Is there a map? Let's look. Flip the switch. There's the map. That's the map that's in the document. And you can see the historic resource has the northeast sector, which is included. It has 45 trees in it. The reason those trees are there is because the orchardist found them to be the most productive. They're called the golden trees. That's why the kids used to say they're behind bars, because they're the best apricot trees. So let's just move on. But it also includes the landmark in that. Is there another map? Yes. And you guys sent it to me when we asked for the appeal. So if everybody wants lines and boundaries, this was sent. I don't know who it came from, but it came from the city. So you guys know where the orchard areas are. The police station is on there, as well as the ones by the Friends of the Library.
Okay.
So there's.
Thank you
where
very
we'll
much for
leave
the,
it.
thank you for the presentation.
We'll leave the mystery.
Okay, I will look over at staff.
Yeah, the staff will be giving their comments, but we do have a member of the appellants group that wants to speak as a member of the public, even though they're included with the appellate's 10 minutes. So they're demanding to speak as a member of the public, so I just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Okay, then we've already established that's not appropriate. That's not part of our regular rules.
One suggestion is she could speak during the 5 minutes of the rebuttal.
That's fine. Who on city staff will be giving the rebuttal? Not the rebuttal, the presentation.
So I'm going to start Assistant City Manager Zorns. So to briefly go over, is on May 25th, 2004, the Los Altos History Museum, in representation of the City of Los Altos, requested the removal of a tree or tree removal permit As a part of that, the request was to remove 25 apricot trees behind the Los Altos police station. The request was approved with a condition to replace at a 2-to-1 ratio. And the approval was based on the criteria that is established within Chapter 11.08. So the Los Altos.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can we pause the time, please? Could I ask this conversation to go outside, please? It's especially being right behind Mr. Zorns. It's a little distracting. Thank you.
So the Los Altos Municipal Code, Chapter 11.08, subsection 1A clearly states that the tree, if it is dead, in poor health as defined by the most recent edition of the Guide for Plant Appraisals, or has a risk rating of moderate, high, or extreme, which cannot be mitigated through sound arboricultural practices, to a low risk rating, that is justification to be able to grant the tree removal permit. I'll remind the council is that we actually spent a robust amount of time with a certified arborist actually crafting the existing updated Los Altos Municipal Code 11.08. So this was at the direct recommendation of a third-party independent consultant, which the council adopted earlier this year. The applicant's appeal, as we have recently just heard for the first 10 minutes, is that the applicants have asserted that there is no legal authority to pull permits on this property, as stated in the staff report. The city does not concur with that. And then their item number 2 is failure to provide adequate justification for the removal of trees as documented within the arborist letter, which is attachment 2 to the staff report. It provided sufficient detail that is independent of the analysis that is required as outlined in Chapter 11.08. And in section or number 3 of the appeal is failure to permit the approval process and recognize the historical standing. The city objects to the assertion that this area of the orchard or that this is an area of the protected historic landmark, which will be covered in some subsequent slides, and further objects to both 4 and 5 as they have no basis in standing for what has been articulated in the appeal. So this is an aerial image that it was pulled from Google that anybody would see if you pulled on your phone today. This is an aerial of the Civic Center as it exists and developed in real time. The removal request is directly behind the Los Altos police station in a secured locked facility, which has been that way for several decades. This is the adopted council resolution number 91-31, which explicitly outlines the historic orchard as identified in the hatching area, which is the area which is immediately adjacent to the Civic Center, City Hall area, library area, and what we refer to as Lacey, which is the Los Altos Youth Center. This was actually provided as a public comment, which is attached to the agenda packet that is available for the public as well, which clearly shows is that Resolution 91-31 is the encompassed area of the historic orchard, which is the only adopted document by the Los Altos City Council. The DPR number 15 was a part of CIRCA's work, which was done during the 2011 Work for a Historic Resource Inventory Update. The DPR number 15 was never adopted or memorialized by the City Council in preceding events that have ever occurred at the city. We have looked through the historical documents for the History Museum, the Planning Commission, as well as the City Council. The document never made its way to the Los Altos City Council, which it would have needed in order to change a historic resource of property that was owned by the council, or by the city rather. The city bylaws or the regulations that are codified in the Los Altos Municipal Code only grant the Los Altos History Museum final action on the designation or the addition of a historic inventory resource when it is private property, as that they would then sit as the appeal authority, which means that the legislative action would have had to been taken by the city council in order to memorialize any change in the designation or the area of the historic orchard. As clearly defined on this resolution, which was adopted by the city council, the area behind the police station is not a part of the historic orchard. Furthermore, the DPR that does refer to the Northeast Grove, nothing attached to the DPR is what would be considered a map. It is considered an aerial image. There is the appellants provided you with something that shows multiple different areas that ascertains a reduction of 30% of the orchard area. That reduction of the orchard area is not something that the city has memorialized. Yes, we are in receipt of that. That is something that was initially done by the Orchard Commons Commission of the Los Altos History Museum. The city did not substantiate or create that document ourselves. So that is something that was somewhat in flux with the overall development of a new and updated maintenance plan, which is still under review and in development. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney.
Well, I was outside, so I don't know.
I covered most of everything that's in the slides.
Okay, you covered everything. Again, there's a few process reminders. This is the appellant's appeal, so they have the burden of proof. And again, I've given some warnings on, being fair and open about the process. There has been a claim about someone wanting to speak, and I've suggested that she speak during the 5-minute rebuttal time period. It may or may not relate to this appeal, so I was a little worried about a Brown Act violation, but I told her if she definitely wanted to speak, then she could use some of the rebuttal time. And then, again, your decision tonight should be supported by substantial evidence in the record, and I wanted to remind you and the public of substantial evidence. So, again, substantial evidence includes facts, reasonable assumptions predicated upon facts, and expert opinions supported by facts. Argument, speculation, inaccurate information, unsubstantiated opinion, and social and economic impacts unrelated to the environmental impacts are not substantial evidence. Again, generalized complaints, speculation, and unsupported conclusions don't constitute substantial evidence. So, again, we will have substantial evidence or evidence provided tonight. It may not be substantial, but you will be able to base your decision on that evidence. And if there's evidence for the appeal, evidence against the appeal, you need to weigh and balance all of that when you make your decision. And does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to begin questions, but I actually do want to ask the first question. Ms. Nunez, I'll invite you back up to the podium, so unless someone else from the group of appellants would like to do it. Okay, so the question that I have for you is, do you have any evidence, contrary to what Mr. Zorn said, that the DPR HR 15 is an official document of the city?
It is the primary record of the historic resource, and your historic commission is your designated body that you have under as a CLG agreement. You have designated the historic commission. So
Okay,
they
but
keep
if the
record.
historic commission considered it but did not adopt or accept it, should that inform our decision tonight?
I do not know, because I don't know all of the ifs and buts, but they were hired by the city in 2010 to perform to develop, an outside company was hired to perform a intensive survey to develop a historic resource. to do a historic resource evaluation, and that document was there. I don't know if the procedures at that time, because I wasn't there at that time, were to put it in, enshrine it. I'm not sure about the enshrining. I do know that the Historic Commission, again, in 2019, did a background of a historic summary in which they identified 2.84 acres and this police station in specific, not just the northeast quadrant, in order to provide clarification and expansion.
Okay,
of
so
that.
thank you, and I don't mean to be argumentative.
No, you're not.
But the city has in the past hired experts to prepare reports that the city has declined to accept for various reasons. So the only thing I'm trying to get clarification on is whether or not the DPR HR number 15 was actually accepted or adopted. The city staff has indicated that they do not believe that it has been. It sounds like you're unable to give me a definitive yes, it was. And that is not going to be determinative of
And
my
the-
decision.
can I-
I just wanted to know if you were able to
I'd have one
contradict what the city
substantiation.
said.
When you did your maintenance agreement contract, when you have your maintenance agreement last year, the History Museum or whoever was here provided an extensive whereas and went through the kind of what was the known things. And in that, there is a minor correction because I believe that I don't know who developed the contract, but they said it was the same boundaries, but it isn't. And the resolution, the map, since I'm the one who actually found that map and the history had lost it, comes from 1991. Okay, it's a 1991 map.
Okay,
So this
so-
was done in 2011 after that and verified.
And
in
you're
2019.
referring to resolution number 2023-54?
Nope.
Which resolution are you referring to?
What do you mean by resolution? I'm referring to the fact that HR 15, the development of the primary record, was done in 2011. Resolution number 9131 was completed in 1991. And so included in your HR 15, it says it
Okay,
is orchard lands across
So
civic site.
you said that it is in our maintenance agreement with the History Museum.
Yeah.
I cited resolution 2023-54. I thought that's what it was, but you just told me that's not what it is. So I'm trying to understand what document you're referring to.
Going for me is a more challenging thing, but let me look because Ms. Houston gave me a copy of the.
The resolution that adopted the museum agreement is 2023-54. I
Okay,
think
and that-
she's
and that's
referring
what the
to
document
Resolution
says.
91-31.
I'm referring to your one that you just gave me, the
Yeah, that's-
maintenance agreement.
yeah, and-
In it, it states that, it states the identification of record of HR 15.
And is it the appellant's position that the map included in that service agreement with the History Museum are the official boundaries of the historic orchard?
No, I'm not certain how the map got in there. The boundaries of the orchard were superseded by a 2011 primary record, which is identified as being a city document in that resolution as well.
And that 2011 document is HRI number?
HR 15, called Historic Resource 15.
Okay, but you're not able to present proof that number 15 was actually accepted by or adopted by the city, is that correct?
You've adopted a maintenance agreement based on that element.
Okay, so is it the appellant's contention that because the maintenance agreement refers to DPR HR number 15, that therefore the official boundaries of the historic orchard are as set forth in DPR HR number 15?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I will look to my colleagues who would like to ask the first questions. Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
Is it questions of me?
To either.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I actually only have two questions, and I think they're for staff. But Ms. Nunes, you can stay there if you're comfortable, just in case someone else has questions for you. And I want to pick up on the services agreement that the mayor and Ms. Nunes were just discussing, and I don't know if this is for Mr. England or Mr. Zorns, but does this services agreement, where we contracted with the museum to help us preserve, protect, and maintain our orchards, include the trees that are the subject of this appeal?
They don't. And included in the record is a letter from then Director Elizabeth Ward specifically stating these trees are outside of the maintenance agreement and the historic orchard area.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Zorns, I think this question is for you. Can you walk us through, let me lay the foundational question. Were you the staff member who approved the tree removal permit?
No, I reviewed it with my staff after they had done their initial preliminary review.
And did you concur with the granting of the tree removal permit request?
Yes.
Okay. So based on that, can you walk us through the process that staff and or you went through to arrive at the conclusion that this permit removal should be granted?
Sure. So with any of the tree removals that are requested within the city, we obviously request the simple application to be filled out, which is very perfunctory. A part of that, and as required in the Los Altos Municipal Code, Chapter 11.08, is that there's multiple different prongs that can be essentially analyzed in order to grant the tree removal permit within the city. There's 5 kind of main criteria, one of which is what I already previously read during the staff presentation, is a tree is dead, in poor health, as defined by the recent edition and guide of plant appraisal, or has a risk rating, moderate, high, extreme, and cannot be mitigated with best arboricultural practices. Their other 4 is that it is identified as invasive or undesirable, which it would not meet that criteria. That the tree is interfering or will interfere with the utility, public transportation waterway, or public infrastructure system. At this time, we did not determine that, but that obviously is always subject to change depending on what utilities potentially could be impacted in the future. The tree is causing damage to an enclosed structure. That one was not a significant or sufficient finding, so that was not a part of the decision. And the preservation of the tree will impede the use of real property and no reasonable, feasible alternative. And that is as determined by myself in the Development Services Director capacity, which I would not have granted. So we really relied on A1, which is what is outlined and then further substantiated. So Terrence Welsh, who was acting as the arborist as well as representative in collaboration with the History Museum, provided a 1-page arborist report, or we would really more so just say arborist letter. And so as a part of that, Mr. Welch identified on the rating scale from a 1 to 5, 1 being the best and 5 being the worst, all 25 trees that are within the area behind the police department. The trees were identified to have brown rot, were also identified to have multiple different spore masses which form and also create some sort of a fungal, which then further erodes the health of the tree. So in and of that, we would have been able to grant this permit based on the ongoing best practices of the city and what our ordinance has established. Further, the certified arborist does opine is that there is for the county of Santa Clara, because we only allow for organic treatment as a part of our agreement with the county, is that there is no effective organic treatment for brown rot at this time, and has even previously tried in test cases in other orchards elsewhere organic, and it has not helped to reduce the brown rot spread. Additionally, there has been the comment of, that you can try to reduce the infection of the brown rot on the branches by pruning and significantly cutting back essentially the brown rot and essentially the slow death grow, essentially is kind of how it's referred to with the landscape kind of community. But these trees, as previously noted, are some of the oldest that were in the orchard. And so they are actually past their useful life. As a part of that is what ends up happening is that during the infected shoots and branches, which is as a part of the kind of the bigger picture, is that the arborist opined on the fact is that you need to, in order to reduce the brown rot growth and infection, is you need to cut back immediately after a fruit season, so after harvest. The trees that are behind the Los Altos Police Department have not fruited in several years. And with that, there is also, as an attachment to the staff report, is that since 2007, at the time, the staff member is no longer here, but a public works supervisor identified the same fungal and the same dry or brown rot as a part of what is present in the immediate area of the trees that are present behind the police station. Given that that's almost 20 years of the same disease on those trees, and based on what the arborist opined in his certified arborist letter, staff was able to make positive findings to meet the requirements to grant a tree removal under subsection 1A.
Thank you, Mr. Zorns. I just want to make sure that this is clear. So under that 11.081A section, where it talks about if we're not able to mitigate, maintain, and preserve it, was it staff's conclusion, in addition to all the other sources you cited that you relied on, did staff also conclude that there was no way to maintain, preserve, or mitigate these trees?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liang?
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your information. So you stated that you're recognizing the orchard as 2.84 acres. Can you tell me why? And if so, does it include the area where you have filed for the appeal?
There are several city documents, city official documents. The two that are the most clear in it is the maintenance document from 2006, 2007, which Mr. Zorns has referred to. And in that, this is what we were maintaining, the orchard areas that were considered maintained at that time. And in that, as opposed to calling out it as the northeast sector, it did a better job of putting it in relation to buildings rather than just saying, you know, kind of where it is. And as I said, in historic resource documentation, often it's a much different rather than meets and bounds. But in that document, the maintenance agreement from then, it said that they were maintaining for the heritage orchard all trees and the lands associated around the orchard land around the police station, library, Lacey, Civic Center, or City Hall. And so that is the, from them. And they also identified 2.84 acres and 444 tree sites that they found active at that time. So the thing about what I want to say about the maintenance is really clear. When you're not maintaining something, these trees have had, I've read the report, I know pretty well, and they also, in that same report, they talk about how they are going to mitigate nematodes, brown rot. It's a very standard practice for orchards to be able to control and mitigate if you're maintaining it. If you're not maintaining it, then you have a problem, because then so my read of Mr. Walsh's letter was that he said, if you're not going to maintain and prune them, then we might need to take a different step. So that's a different thing than saying you've got to cut them down. If you can control brown rot, every orchardist does. They live with it, and there's probably brown rot, nematodes, and other diseases already present in the maintained area of the orchard as well. It's just that they're maintained.
So then my question is to the Assistant City Manager. If we're not recognizing 2.84 acres as our orchard. When do you believe the change was made? And what is the acreage now?
So until this appeal was filed, the city has never opined on a reduction in the acreage size of the historic orchard. As a part of the review for this, as a part of the preparation, we have not reduced, we have not reflected, and we have not said that we were going to reduce anything of the orchard. In regards to what has been previously established in a maintenance contract, it does not go back to the primary designation document, which the legislative body adopted, which did not reflect an acreage size. Obviously, of raw open land that has been able to be somewhat reviewed or comprehensively added together, that's one thing, but it's never been other than what's been established in a maintenance agreement, but that hasn't changed the historical landmark or designation. As previously mentioned, the DPR number 15 added in additional information that had never been present in multiple iterations of a DPR form. For whatever reason, that iteration of the DPR asserts additional information that the city staff that's present is not able to verify, and so I don't see any reduction in any action by the city.
Yeah, I can clarify that also Mr. Zorn's from the resolution 91-31, there hasn't been any change to that area.
Yeah, that's correct.
And just to further add on, the History Museum in their contract is required to bring forward a long-term maintenance and care document. The contract says it was supposed to be within 6 months. It hasn't happened yet, largely because when we got the first draft, the orchard was referred to in numerous different ways. So when we're talking about a maintenance contract, that is wholly entirely separate from council resolution identifying the orchard boundaries. And in the letter from Executive Director Ward at the time, she says, "We are hereby asking the city to remove the unpruned apricot trees in the police compound. This recommendation is made in concert with the expert opinion of Terrence Welch, the professional orchardist working with the museum. Because these trees are outside of the historical landmark and outside of the museum's contract to maintain the orchard, complete removal of the trees will be a better and longer lasting solution." And that highlights the History Museum also understands both the boundaries of the orchard as well as what they are maintaining for the city.
The letter for the people who applied to remove, posted the permit for the tree removal, says that one reason for removing or requesting approval is because of the impact on existing or proposed structures. How do we find out what those proposed structures and plans that would warrant this removal are?
So it does say is that the proximity to existing or proposed. There's no proposed structures that the city has been working on for the Los Altos Police Department. I will at least expand and elaborate is that it's no secret, as it's been agendized several times with this council in the last 2 years, that the city is looking at potential future funding sources to redo the existing building of the Los Altos Police Department. But this permit is not in tandem or in association with any potential building. So it's just the standard language that's been utilized several times over for various of our tree removal permits within the city, is just referring to the proximity of existing or proposed structures within a bound area.
So does the city have to go through the same process of reviews and alterations as normal property owners do?
So we have historically put ourselves through the same burden of review when it comes to things that are on the Civic Center property. Yes, when it's something that's in the public right of way, we do not, because that has different implications and different requirements within our code.
Oh, then why would did this appeal go to the Historic Commission?
It would not go to the Historic Commission as it's not within a designated landmark area.
Okay.
The adopted city documents are what governs the decision and the authority to have the review completed by the commission, as well as what would instruct me to refer it on to another quasi-judicial body within the city.
Okay. So, since there seems to be some concerns and questions, and should we would like to consider perhaps to put everything to rest and make things so everybody is on board and informed. Just by chance, what is entailed in a CEQA or EIR? Or
So a CEQA document, there's various forms, and the lowest level starts with an exemption, and then it goes up to a negative dec, MND, a mitigated negative declaration, and then also an EIR. An EIR is the highest level of a CEQA document in the state of California. But you wouldn't even jump to an EIR, because you never do that with any CEQA document, is you do an initial study. The IS informs whatever level of CEQA that you are to take with anything under the guidelines of the California Quality Act. So we would never jump to an EIR without actually deploying an environmental consultant to review and actually complete an IS checklist first.
how about a historic, does that go before a historic resource evaluation?
They would go in tandem. So a historic evaluation is a component of the environmental process.
So then the EI, like you said, and the checklist, a historic resource evaluation goes in tandem along with the historical resource survey?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. And that all goes before so that way people can, if to kind of like help bring people on board to understand that decisions are being made for the right purpose. Those are like the first level things we can do, and then this would help everybody get a clear picture.
So when we're talking about a historic resource, is that there's no question from city staff of the perspective of what is the historic resource and where the designation exists within the city. The bounds are as what's contained within the 9131 resolution of the city council. If there was a desire to modify that, we would go through whatever the CEQA consultant would recommend for us to do, which would require essentially the same IS as well as a historic evaluation. But we're not modifying, and we do recognize the existing boundaries of the orchard as it is today. However, in a dispute of whether or not the area that's recognized or identified in DPR number 15 is a part of the historic resource, remains to be seen, is that there's nothing that substantiates that was adopted by this council or another subsequent action with a resolution by the council to modify the historic boundary. So we're kind of talking about 10 different things at once. Is that's not really part of the equation. We wouldn't have to do any of that if we are not questioning the boundaries of the orchard, which that's not in question, at least from this staff. The only way to further potentially affirm is to do a physical leaps and bounds survey with a certified land surveyor in the state of California that would create physical monuments within the ground that would arrow mark the immediate area of what the boundary is.
Councilmember, do you mind if I ask a follow-up question to what you just asked?
Okay.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, as succinctly as you can, is it staff's position that that with respect to the issuance of the tree removal permit, the city complied with CEQA? And if so, why? And if not, why not?
Yes, the city did comply with CEQA, as there is a standard exemption for the removal of dead and dying trees as contained within the California Environmental Quality Act state guidelines for implementing CEQA.
Thank you. Councilmember, please continue.
So, one question I have is, many people would ask, why would we replace the trees with other apricot trees? And then the thing is, they wouldn't have access. So just by chance, my question is, can you bring up a map of the oversight?
I want to make a point of order here. The replacement of the trees has not been decided yet, and that's going to be a future decision, and that has no bearing on the permit at this time.
That isn't true.
Well, it is in the permit, but it's up to the city manager's discretion.
The appellant did
It's
not
street
request,
trees.
as a part of the appeal, to dispute the location of the replacement trees. So they are confined to the 5 items that are listed within their appeal.
Okay, thank you. You have any more questions, Councilmember?
Yeah.
I do.
Because I think the concern is access, right? Because we weren't able to maintain the trees because of access. So then, why would we not be able to build a fence along? See, I needed the map so I can ask. Or-
Is your question, can a fence be built such that that part of the, where those trees are located are not within police
Correct.
boundaries? Is that your
Yes,
question?
Yes.
Okay.
So to answer that, that's a secure area in the police department. We would not allow access back there. But the premise of the question saying the reason it is only access is one reason. But in the arborist letter, it also says there's no effective organic treatment for this type of rot. He's tried in other orchards unsuccessfully.
Okay. Then my other question is,
Okay.
the arborist ordinance didn't give numbers or percentage to the number of trees affected. So how do we know if it's 90%, 75%? I mean, it does say that there's rot and stuff like that and infection, but how do we know it's all of the trees?
So what was included in the agenda packet for tonight is the apricot tree appraisal list for tree 1 through 25, which was attachment number 3. And that puts a health rating score, which is established under the best practices by the ordinance, which is what was identified by the certified arborist, which helped us develop the amendments and updates to the local tree preservation ordinance. And of that, the majority of all trees are rated 2 or greater, and then the almost all of the trees have a structural health rating of 5. The higher the number of a scale of 1 to 5 is
1
the
through 2.
least amount of health condition or structural health of the tree. So it followed what is contained within our ordinance, which is prescribed.
And just to further clarify that, when you look at the health and structure rating, there's only 1 tree out of the 25 that doesn't have a rating of 4. Again, 5 is the worst on both sections. So some sections will have a rating of 2 on health, but a rating of 5 on structure, as an example. So if the question is relating to the overall health and structure of the tree, I think the arborist letter lays out pretty cleanly that 24 of the 25 trees have issues either with health or structure or both.
I guess I think some of the health contradicted some of the structure for me. So that's why I was a little confused. So if he was more detailed and gave clear numbers and clear, that would have been clearer for me. So, because I think I misread it, because I see 1 and 2s on the health, and then, of course, the structure is different. So,
Councilmember, do you have more questions?
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the other question I had, why don't you go to his question and you come back, because you threw me off.
I'd rather
Okay.
finish with you. We'll
Okay.
wait for you.
Okay, so I had that one more question.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
So were there any other documents or maps after 2011 that perhaps would demonstrate any contradiction to what we're hearing from the people that have filed the appeal today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, so in 2011, a primary record was established, right, for the city. And so I was just asking if there's any additional documents or maps after 2011 that would contradict any further official records.
No, and what I want to establish is that the term primary record is the use by DPR, which is the Department of Park and Rec for the state of California. It's not our primary record. They refer to it that when they refer to it as when they take in a record for their inventory or for their recognition as a part of the process. But so our primary record still will default back to resolution 9131. And the hierarchy of what you have to do is when we adopt a resolution, the only way to undo or to amend that resolution is by another resolution. The city council has not adopted another resolution with respects to the apricot orchard at the Civic Center.
Okay, thank you.
You done, Councilmember? Thank you. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Meadows, which of you would like to, Vice Mayor?
I'll be quick. City Manager Zorns, is it the position of staff that the security fence and security apparatus are an existing structure and that providing access to the apricot trees would undermine the efficacy and viability of that security structure?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meadows, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Mayor.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions on that I would like to ask. So I'm looking right now at the appeal that was filed, the not just at the 5 questions on the first page, but there's received June 28th was a memorandum. I've got a lot of questions about some of the language that's used.
Yep.
But they all kind of boil down to something similar. By way of example, I'll look at item number 2, permit failure to provide adequate justification for removal of trees.
Mm-hmm.
The language that you and your colleagues used was the tree summary and site evaluation conducted by the orchardist at the History Museum are inadequate for the permit removal application. And then it goes on. And specifically, I'm looking at the word inadequate. I've got my computer open to the municipal code. I've got LexisNexis opened. Can you tell me what is the standard to determine adequacy? Is there an objective standard or is that subjective?
Well, typically you see in arborist reports, and some of you have had them for trees, you see ISA standards associated with arbor reports. In that, there's also a standard way to describe a condition of a tree. And they go from excellent to, and they go individual by tree, from an excellent regard to a fair to good, or actually poor. They can go to poor trees. So there are some standards by which a regular arborist report might classify those. And it also usually goes by tree. So you might look at that. And what your staff report says, the staff conducted said that all trees were to be removed and because they were all in poor condition, all in poor condition. So even if they're trying to combine structural and health conditions, there's no detail on those trees. And in particular, there's no detail on the brown rot associated with them. To assume that there's always going to be brown rot, if there's no tree, there is no brown rot. So this is a permanent, by not replacing trees into those tree sites, yes, you won't have brown rot, but there's nematodes in the ground, there's brown rot in the main as well. So once again, if maintained, this tree health could
Okay.
change, or you would replace the tree.
I appreciate that, but what I heard, not that it was not compelling, but it was subjective. What I'm really looking for
ISA
is if,
standards.
and
ISA
where,
standards for an arborist
okay,
report.
and where would I find that in our municipal code or California law? Is that, I mean, you're telling me that's what it is. I'm asking what the authority is establishing that's what it is.
When you typically do an arbor report and they are for review, you try to get a qualified arbor report. It's an ISA standard, International Standard of or Arborists or whatever. They're a certified group of people. They have a standard way of looking at trees and a standard report. There have been reports done by the city for the removal of trees with arbor reports.
Okay, is there a statute or a case or something that requires that as a matter of law?
Well, a matter of law versus you have in your regulations now under the Tree Protection Act that it requires for any removal of a tree to have an arbor report. So I would assume that a qualified arborist would have to do a report that meets their standards.
Okay. Do you have an arborist report to submit?
No, I can put yours to submit for the 2 large oak trees that were removed next to the bus barn
Well,
by
that-
Renald Penasso.
Okay.
So you could see an arborist
I-
report.
I mean, the rest of my questions, I think, are going to be along the same lines. I think I understand your position. Okay.
You have my, that
Mayor?
question I couldn't find.
Councilmember Meadows, go ahead.
Yes, your question sort of triggered a question for me. So it sounds like Ms. Nunez, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at your back, but
It's
just
Nunes.
stay there because you're looking at the council members that are there.
Oh, it's me.
Yes, okay. It sounds like you are actually disputing the assessment and the care that is that's being provided by Terrence Welsh for the orchard. Let's not talk about boundaries. Let me finish my question, please. And you and others are on the Orchard Commons Committee, and I don't know if each of you or whatever, but at least some of you are on the Orchard Commons Committee. So if you actually don't trust his judgment, why is that who the Orchard Commons Committee has recommended we work with for the huge investment the city is making in our orchard?
I have requested with Elizabeth Ward to be on that committee 3 times. I am not on the Orchards Commons Committee.
Right, but some of the other people on the appellant list are, and I don't know the composition. But you're questioning, it sounds like, the judgment of the person that the city is paying through the History Museum for the care of our historic orchard. But you're questioning his judgment, you're questioning the report.
No,
Is that the case, or am I reading between the lines incorrectly?
I am suggesting that for whatever reason, there was a letter written in good faith. Sounds like he knows his way around an arbor report, and it was meant to, and then he has documents associated with it, but those documents don't come together to build a real compelling and adequate reason to remove these trees and not
In your opinion, okay.
in my opinion, yes.
All right, thank you.
Anything else, council member? Okay, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. So my question is, the History Museum clearly stated that they're not responsible for the orchard in this area. and also they're not the owners of the land in this area. Why wouldn't the city themselves submit their permit and go through the process themselves?
So the city was originally requested, as you can see within the attachments by Elizabeth Ward, in January for us to remove it. After multiple kind of conversations back and forth, the city instructed the History Museum to proceed with obtaining a tree removal permit, and that was done so in order to have it completely independent, so that it wouldn't be influenced that the city's requesting a tree removal. Obviously, staff would then look at it a little bit differently. Is that, oh, it's one of the trees on the city, and obviously staff wants it removed, remove it. We wanted it to be a completely independent assessment. And so when the tree removal permit initially was submitted, I was even unaware of it. My staff did their independent review and came to consult with me when they then said, well, hey, this is on the city's property. How should we proceed? And I asked them to give me their independent analysis, which I concurred with. What I do want to further, though, since I have the floor for a quick second, is that our ordinance establishes by definition what a certified arborist means, which is a person having an expertise in care and maintenance who is certified by the International Society of Arboriculture, ISA. Terrence Welsh is certified by the ISA, so any assertion that he is not is incorrect. We do not have a standard form, template, or specific requirement for the way an arborist report verifies or determines agricultural or arboricultural health of a tree. As long as they're able to do so, it can come in several different forms, and we deal with countless tree removal requests, most of which are actually denied because they do not meet the criteria of what's outlined in the ordinance.
That wasn't part of my question, but okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Do any other council members have further questions for either staff or the appellant? All right, then let me look at my colleagues. It's just after 9. Do you want to take a break or do you want to keep going?
How many public comment cards do we have?
You want to take a break? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break.
They're saying structural, there's a structure, some combination of structural and health. So she was thinking on the health line, they're saying, yeah, but she's right. Such bullshit. Like the whole code of the Cody Code. Exactly. That's going to be the point. Frank Cano, my man, how are you? So nice to meet you.
It is what it is.
All right, so wait 20 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I need a few more minutes here.
What time are we coming back?
10 minutes, but usually that means 15.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Maybe 20. I'm gonna mess up all his settings. I want to figure the final decision on this. Used to be my orchard. Well, we got her.
No, I mean, like, in case people ask me questions, I'm like, I don't know, I don't care. I'm just here counting down the minutes until we hear.
Definitely don't mind not having a higher title.
Are you reliable? I'm not usually saying anything for sure.
I wouldn't even hear about it.
It's, what is your email address? Does it have your name in it? Because I can. No, it's online with the written solid comments. We don't put it in the packet, we can put it in the packet, but, they're all emailed with all of the written things. And it is there, it's on page 1247. So if you go to the website right now. But in the printed packet, it's done there and because we had an outage.
I know he's watching.
Our packet's still ongoing right now. So, but we do have our written public comments on the website. If you go to it, you'll see a link for written public comments. They're available to anybody.
You gotta be careful when you read that.
Yeah, it's on page 12. Well, it will be eventually.
So any discount slash cymatic issue is somewhat familiar to me, and I know that it's But it is also
Yeah, she's going to be starting. Okay, I'm now ready to go ahead and open the public hearing. The public hearing is opened, and I will look to the city clerk. Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 8 comment cards.
8 comment cards? Has everyone who wants to make a comment already submitted a card? All right, I will give 3 minutes per commenter.
The first speaker is Teresa Morris.
Hello again. Teresa Morris speaking as a resident, not as a park commissioner. There's so much to unpack here that I find it difficult to even know where to begin. But I was thinking about this as I was listening to everybody and looking at how body language is going. And I was thinking, if this was a couple, if this situation was a couple, a married couple or a couple that's together, there'd be a divorce in front of us. So I would like to ask that we stop and we reassess what's being done, deny the permit, put together a committee. I would recommend that it be a committee of park, history, and environmental commissioners, or some group of people that would have some knowledge and ability to do this. I would also ask that it be considered that we have people who are speaking and presenting even that have a great deal of knowledge about our orchard, more than most of us even begin to have about this orchard, and that they have information we don't have. I don't think it's the job of a resident to show up and be able to act like a lawyer and know all of the details. There's a problem here. People think that the orchard is being cut into. It would be good to be respectful of residents and stop, think, reassess, reorganize, and not have this pitting of we want it this way, we want it this way. Nobody knows what's going on with that space, why we need the trees removed. Suddenly they're all sick. You know, if there's really going to be a police department there, an enlarged one or a rebuilt one, doesn't the public have the right to know that and also be involved in that? Cutting down trees, not replacing them with trees, apricot trees, just seems really irresponsible and also against pretty much a bunch of stuff I read about the orchard as well. So I would recommend that you deny this permit, stop and consider the passion of the residents and the fact that by moving ahead with it, I believe we are creating a mistrust within our city, and the residents will be incredibly disappointed about a decision to cut down the trees, even if they are sick. And if they are sick, let's replant them. We're doing that out here on the front of the orchard. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Martin.
Hi, my name is Nancy Martin, and Teresa pretty much just said everything I was going to say. That's what happens when you sit next to the person. So I'm sorry to hear that the city has not maintained these 25 trees as well as they have the others in the orchard. And it's probably because they're locked up, I would imagine. But I'm happy to hear that there's hope for treating the brown rot and the other diseases, and would hope that the city would begin treating them as soon as possible before removing them. I guess my question is, what's the rush? Can we please try to bring them back to life and to try a different approach? But if we do have to remove them, why not replant them with new trees? And that's where I see this very nebulous area. Like, we're taking it all down, now we're labeling it future use. Why not take them out and replant them? Seems so simple to me. And the future use thing is, I don't know, we do need a bigger police department, as you said. And so I don't know if that is an underlying issue or not, but don't want to get into conspiracy theories on that. Just wondering. I'd like to see that area maintained. I don't support the permit. I'd like to have it appealed, and I do support the appeal, and I would like to leave the area as it is because we're losing so much of our city and our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chip Lyon.
Leon.
Leon.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Chip Leon. I'm a 33-year resident of Los Altos and a member of the Preservation Action League of Los Altos. I addressed this council last year and was told then by city staff and the council that the historical orchard has no defined boundaries. Of course, I'm hearing that differently today for some reason. Such a claim is not only absurd, but dangerously misguided. If there are true no boundaries, it implies the city and the staff carte blanche to exploit the historical orchard as they see fit, issuing notices of exemption to justify any project, regardless of its detrimental impact on the orchard's historical significance. Does the council genuinely believe that your predecessors envisioned this as the outcome when the working orchard was designated as a historical resource? This reckless interpretation undermines the very purpose of preserving our historical assets and allows for unchecked and potentially devastating actions. Certain council members now claim that the orchard around the police station is not even an historical resource. The administrative record is clear. The 2011 State Department of Parks and Records HR number 15 established the historic orchard site as orchard lands at the Civic Center, including both the area now a landmark and the northeast sector of the property, police station, comprising 2.84 acres and 444 tree sites. In subsequent city recorded documentation from the Historic Commission in 2019, the City Orchard Maintenance Plan in 2006, documentation, the northeast sector was clarified to include the police station orchard area. Now, I've heard from staff that that document is not the primary record. I hold before you a copy from the state that is filed that says that HR 15 is the primary record. So I don't know where it comes from, but where does this leave us? My ask is simple. I urge you, nay implore you, to heed the request of several past mayors in their capacity as board members of the Friends of Los Altos. Prioritize a thorough and transparent historic resource evaluation before proceeding with any tree removals. It's essential to engage an independent, qualified historic preservation expert to conduct a comprehensive historic resource evaluation and ensure that any projects affecting these resources undergo a detailed EIR and design review. Given the current gaps in the city's historic documentation and the resulting misinformation, transparency and public involvement are paramount. This Historic Commission's inclusion will bolster public trust, ensure the process is perceived as fair and not merely a formality to meet predetermined outcomes. Removing the trees amidst such uncertainty will only exacerbate conflict and undermine the city's credibility. Let's commit to a careful, transparent process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Quick question for you, if you're willing to. Does your document have a state seal on it or a stamp showing that it is an official document?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The next, the next speaker is Shri Nathan. Nathan, Stisri. Last name Nathan, not here. The next speaker is Maria Bautista.
I am Maria Batista, and tonight I had prepared some very sort of poetic, eloquent comments about the value of our heritage orchard and how important it is to our community that we throw accolades at the
I'm sorry to interrupt you for just a quick second.
Yes.
Stop the time, please. Mr. Zorns, do you mind raising the no, thanks.
That's right here. I got it.
I want to make sure that everyone's speaking into the mic so we have a clear record.
Thank you. That helps.
All right, we're going to restart your 3
airplane all day.
minutes.
Okay, so no, I was just saying that I was going to sort of wax poetic about how we feel about our heritage orchard, and that we, go so far as throwing accolades at the murals of apricots and orchards that have been painted in our town, and even some of our candidates for city council are using the apricot as a symbol on their lawn signs. But after listening to the presentation tonight, I instead want to pivot, and I have some questions. Mr. Zorns and his staff tonight did not emphasize that there is really no reason that Blenheim, one of the most unique and flavorful apricots in the world that is only grown here in Silicon Valley, in Santa Clara County, what is now Silicon Valley, cannot be replanted. There's no reason it cannot be replanted in the location where they are right now. There's nothing wrong with the soil. Brown rot, I've lived here my entire life, and brown rot is very common in apricot orchards, and it's easy to deal with. And new trees can be planted there, so I just wanted to clarify that. So we did not hear that trees can indeed be replanted in that location. We did not hear why the trees are not being replaced in that location. If there's an urgency in the reason the permit was, if there's an urgency about replacement, it's also a little bit hard to understand from the permit, because again, I've lived here all of my life, and I have never, ever heard of anyone or anything being taken out by a fallen apricot tree. So I don't think that some of the reasons and justifications for urgent removal are valid. I would also suggest that using future and proposed structures and utility services is not also a valid reason to issue an urgent permit for tree removal. I think that it is the case that most of us wouldn't be here tonight if we had this feeling that what's really being presented here is a pretext for a land use change. And so if that's really what we're talking about, then we really should be talking about that. And all of the talk around the tree removal shouldn't be used as some kind of clouded discussion of a land use change. And then I just wanted to say lastly, too, reinforcing what I heard from another resident, is that what we really want, though, is a reflection of community values in these discussions that are based on trust, on very careful work and forthright processes, and really good neighborliness.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Robert Specker.
Hello, I'm Robert Specker. So in the 8123 resolution, the city designated the entire Civic Center Orchard area, but they included a carve-out that said they left an undefined area for possible expansion of the city chambers. So they put kind of a donut right around this building. And that's why, roughly 7-ish, 8 years later in 1991, they had to readdress this area. And that's why they used the words modified and designate in the 9131 resolution. So what I'm asking is that you reject the permit because I think this, Mr. Mayor, meets your standard for a legal basis. It's just, at its very heart, is a plain misreading of Resolution 9131. What they were doing was exactly the opposite, which is they had left open in 1981 whether this area around here was in fact included. They said it was specifically excluded, an undefined area, which would have been right here. So they wanted to fill in that donut hole. That's what they were doing in 91. If they had intended in 91 to amend and restate and completely change the definition of what they did in 81, they would have said it. They would have included a map that included the entire area and showing the northeast corner as not included. It would be completely nonsensical that the thing that you were modifying is not on the map that you attached to your resolution. They didn't attach a map of the whole area because they weren't even speaking to that whole area. And somehow this has gotten this momentum that everybody is interpreting 9131 as having spoken to the whole site. They spoke to the whole site in 1981. They left this little hole that they had to come back to. And they then came back to it and they said, no, we are designating this area. That's why they used in 91 that they were designating this area because it hadn't been designated in 1981. This was what designated this donut hole. So I don't know how this misinterpretation of 9131 got going. I don't know where it came from, but it has infected this whole conversation. So if it weren't for that misreading of 9131, I don't know what the staff and I don't know what the permit resolution would be, but I know that it's so tainted by this. We've heard it repeatedly tonight that I think you have to start over again with the correct interpretation of 9131. I mean, I've had more time, I could parse through it with you, but I think it's fairly plain on its face that this is a misreading of 9131.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Kate Disney.
Hello, Kate Disney. Speaking as myself and not as a planning commissioner. I have a question. I have a number of questions. What is the future use of that orchard over there? Can anyone tell me what that is, the future use?
We don't answer questions during public comment.
Okay, I didn't think so, yeah. So that's kind of the problem, right? The problem is we don't know what the future use is. If the future use of that orchard was an orchard, then the condition to replace the trees would say that the trees have to be replaced on site. In other words, we have to restore the orchard. So the fact that we're replacing the trees and we're not replacing them on the site is a really big problem because it really is eroding the trust. You know, it looks as if there's something shady going on. So I'd like to just say, could we get rid of the cobwebs and come out of the shadows here and be transparent about what the city's actual plan is with that site? And if it is to be an orchard, then why doesn't the condition on the permit require that the trees be replaced with more trees? So I think that's a really good question. Like, why isn't there a commitment to replace the trees on site? And I think it's that question that is causing a lot of problems, and it's the catalyst for the appeal. And we don't have to be doing this. I mean, the city could have just been a lot more transparent and said, okay, we're going to replace the trees on that site with more apricot trees. That site is not a super fun site. It sounds like, we're kind of cooking up this we're trying to create some kind of evidence that it's unfit for trees. I mean, I grew up on an orchard. Trees die all the time under the best conditions, and what you do is you just replace them. So I would say replace the trees that are in poor condition. I'm sure there are many over there because it is probably neglected, but replace the trees on that site with more apricot trees. And until you are clear that that's what you're going to do, then I think people are going to be very suspicious and there's going to be a lack of trust. And that should be very concerning to you.
The last speaker is Janine Valadez.
I'm going to lower this. All right. Did I do it right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, John. Thanks. Here's a member of the public. When I'm thinking about this, I can't, dive into all the documents. There are contradictions, there are ambiguities. There's no doubt the city hasn't always done the best job of memorializing a lot of history, which is why I like the History Museum. So here are some historical realities that I saw. The orchard predated the building of the library. Hey, the library shades the southern part of the orchard. Those trees always tended to be small and not as productive. There was a form of maintenance in that orchard that increasingly became impossible, flood watering and disking the ground. We had a record-breaking drought that just killed a lot of trees, given that we couldn't use the archaic way or the old way of maintaining. We had a loss of continuity of care due to the departures and deaths of caretakers. We had a reality that a police building, there was original, the PD used to share this building with the council and city hall, and there was even a donut created to expand it into the orchard. Somewhere along the line, somebody made the decision that the PD would go over there, and they put it over there, and it was separate. You can look at square footage. How much of the orchard did we eat up? Probably similarly if it had been continuous here. And then finally, there was a lack of ideation for an alternative mechanism for tending the orchard, given the drought, and also they didn't delegate the custodianship to it until recently, so that has been corrected. There are also some practical realities. This area was intended to be a working orchard. In a working orchard, even if you declare it a historical object or something to be held in that trust, the trees are commodities. The trees live and die. They have useful lives. A working orchard, you have to make sure the trees are always of a general age. So that's a very practical reality. We can't get attached to the trees, even though we're very attached to the orchard. Secondly, the discontinuity of the existing orchard to that northeast corner makes it very problematic. Yes, the fence is there, but even if the fence weren't there, the maintenance, because of the discontinuity caused by the police building, creates a barrier to ease and practical maintenance. And finally, if we do ever rebuild the PD, even if it's on the same footprint, that's still not a good place for the orchard extension to be. So it leaves me with this idea that rather than go back and try to rehash all the goods and bads that happened, we should just start from what we have now.
Thank you for your comments.
It. Thank you.
Okay, I will now look to the appellants and allow a 5-minute rebuttal.
Can you give me a minute or two just
Yes.
figure out where I am in the...
Yeah. And Madam City Clerk, can you reset the timer to 5 minutes, not 3?
Yeah, I do. If you wouldn't mind, that would be great. Then people don't have to see me, or do they see me too? Okay, I'm just going to tell you a slide general number. I'll point out where I want to start. How about here where I left off? I don't want to forget it. One more. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, before you begin, I just want to make sure you know that there's a timer right there in front of the Vice Mayor.
5 minutes. Oh my gosh, very complex. I can.
Oh, there's
see
one on
it
the podium too. Okay.
Before I start. Okay.
Okay, and then, okay.
you
One
ready?
last thing, could you please raise the podium a little bit? Because I want to make sure that we capture everything you say.
How high? Higher? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. I'm not quite ready, but
Okay.
I'm getting ready.
Okay.
Because I think everybody covered a lot of good stuff. I'm getting ready. So I'm going to tell you, I'm ready. Go. State DPR 2011 is a record. There is no stamp that the state certifies. I've talked to the Office of Historic Preservation. We record ours because we're a certified local government. We record and authorize these, and this one has been authorized by Circa Properties. We paid money for it. It's an official city document, and this would be considered the primary record of the historic resource. A historic resource is so much more than just the land boundaries. It includes tree sites, how character-defining features, all of the things you look for, and when you're trying to protect a historic resource, trees, all of the things that might be identified in there. So it's much more than kind of just a meets and bound description or that. And so in preservation for historic resources, we have to understand that this is also what bounds us to CEQA, okay? They don't look at what your ordinance was and what you sort of said in your map. They go, what's your primary record? And and that's how you sort of evaluate that. And so in that regard, if I can get I don't want to we hired a person that really knows CEQA, and that we can really look at for historic properties, CEQA and land use. And it is pretty clear that, and this is from the letter that's from the lawyer, Law Office of Rachel Mansfield Howlett, and she says, any attempts to reduce the size of a historic resource site or the environments would be considered an alteration to a historic resource. Okay, and that includes everything that's in your historic resource. That's the primary record. And therefore, it must be accompanied by a full environmental analysis. This means the same thing if you're and at any city action. This is on decisions as well as projects. So if you make a city action to just cut down a tree that's in a historic resource and it's an apricot tree that's identified in your historic resource, then you should do an environmental study on that. And I think we think we can just rubber stamp exempt on everything. And I've seen it done time and time again here. But what that does is it does not allow the public and you as decision makers to really look at to do the right kind of study. How is this really impacting it? And how might you mitigate it? Instead, by putting something exempting it, or just saying you can cut down those trees and we'll look for proposed development later, then you are preventing yourself from making smart decisions and real decisions. It's hard work to preserve the environment. It's hard work to preserve a historic site. But it's important because the community puts you guys in charge of the public good and public land. So I ask that you deny this permit wholeheartedly, and you uphold the appeal, and that you move forward on really taking charge of historic preservation. We should have a plan for historic preservation. We've put all kinds of flag waving, and we're trying as hard as we can, to kind of move that forward. But we really need to embrace it. If it's an element in our general plan, we should own it. We should be a certified local government. We should follow those rules. And without that, then this historic resource fails and the orchard fails. It is a centerpiece of our city. It was built to be a centerpiece and wrap around so that people could look through their windows and see it. It's a very, very, very unique place. And in being a unique place, there are people that really try. We have to go balance between nature and buildings. And we should be able to do that and keep a working orchard happily that the community loves, that the community thrives for, that I tell stories to my kids about. and I like telling those historic stories. And this is true of Redwood Grove, Halsey House, all of those things. Let's be the historic preservation city that we say we are. Let's be the semi-rural village with the leafy heart that we say we are. This is, you know, there's a lot of these declarations and mumbo jumbo, but the reality is, and this is just, it's not an appeal, there's something backing this up. We've protected it. We've tried to protect it in so many ways. This isn't about just a council decision to do this. This is about who we are as a city and what we do well and why we like living here. So I respectfully ask that you deny this permit and move forward with other recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, I will close the public comment, or excuse me, the public hearing. And I will bring it back to council. Who would like to go first? Nope.
They only get the
city doesn't
rebuttal.
get- staff doesn't get one.
That's per the norms, yeah.
Okay, Vice Mayor? Actually, hang on a second. Sally is not on the main screen, but I do see that Sally is on Zoom. As a panelist, I could see that she is with us. Okay, please go ahead.
Our decision tonight really isn't about whether or not any one of us supports the orchard or values the historic aspect of the orchard or our traditions. If it were, we would have a lot more latitude, but we're statutorily confined to assessing the appeal. And I am not persuaded that any of the 5 arguments in the appeal, I'm not persuaded by any of those 5 arguments. And in fact, I'm persuaded that that I do read 9131 correctly, and that I've read it correctly the 40 or so times that I've read it. And that those trees behind the police department are not part of the historic orchard. Moreover, if this were really about the trees, we'd have a lot more thank you notes than nastygrams. And I would point out that there's 30,000 people in this city and maybe 24 that have used the orchard as a wedge and a cudgel to divide the community, to make unfounded accusations, including accusations from several of our commissioners. And the trees back there are not healthy, and they do present a risk to our more healthy trees. And we would not be adequate stewards of our tax dollars if we allowed those trees to infect the new trees, to undermine the work that we have budgeted and allocated hundreds of thousands of dollars for. If you walk around right now, you'll see the orchard in better condition than it has been in decades. So, I am not prepared to support the appeal, and I will vote to allow the permit to go forward.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Liang, you want to go next? I'm going to go last.
Someone else can go first. Councilmember Meadows can go next. I'll go after her.
Okay, I'm giving you the floor right now. I mean, is there a reason you don't want to go now?
I'm just gotta gather my points and I'm trying to put it together.
Okay, Councilmember Flagler, Councilmember Meadows, which of you would like to go, if either? Okay, Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone's tolerance as I move around a bit during this meeting. City Clerk, were you going to put me on video for this part while I'm speaking? I'm fine if you don't, but I think it might be helpful. Okay, thank you. So I think there's certainly a lot of passion around this, but there's been a lot of conflation of different, if you want to call them facts or points that people are making. The request in front of us is, in a very narrow sense, a very specific request. Do we support the permit that the trees can be cut or not? It is, in my mind, you could say it's irrelevant where those trees are. That's a different question. These are diseased trees, right? It's kind of irrelevant on what may happen next or how many replacement trees there are and where they're going to go. And I know we've heard a lot about that, but that's really not the question in front of us. So I would argue that the permit is to remove diseased trees. Even if this council accepts the appeal and denies the permit, it's still a logical thing to do to remove those diseased trees because they are not productive. And even if they were part of the historical orchard, we'd want to replace them just like we did with the old and dead and diseased trees in the part that we feel is defined as the historic orchard. I've heard some dispute the expertise of the orchardist who has brought the orchard up to the condition. And as the vice mayor described, we spent a lot of money and committed to do that over a number of years. But we know that if you leave those there, there's a chance that it spreads to the other trees. And even if we wanted to replace them all in the same spots, we would get rid of those trees and plant new ones like we've been doing in front. So my proposal is to deny the appeal, support the permit, and as a future agenda item, talk about defining this so we don't have to keep having division in this community with all this different interpretations of what is and isn't real. Because in my mind, and this is actually somewhat consistent with what Ms. Valadez said, we are where we are today. We know those trees are going to be replaced. They have to go because they're diseased. So they're going to be replaced by something, either other apricot trees, police station, kids' playground. I mean, that's not relevant. What is relevant is the permit was granted because the trees are diseased. And I support that they do that, but I will mention in future agenda items, getting this clarified so we don't deal with this every time we talk about a square inch of dirt or a dead tree or whatever. So that's my my input. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, which of you would like to go next?
So I think it's clear that some of the trees may have reached their end of life, but it's also clear that, that these trees have been part of an orchard. And many people are questioning, or some people question, is it part or does it make up the historic orchard? It is good to say, yes, we should define the orchard, but if we're not clear, then we should define the orchard first. We should have a survey. I think once we're clear on the information, I think everyone can feel good about moving forward. There's no doubt that we have to remove the diseased trees, but I think we can do so and replace those trees with other apricot trees. And it would be nice because It is defined by the Secretary of Interior standards that designate that we plant to remove trees with other apricot trees. And it's important that we maintain community trust. So if we were to able to get clear documentation that helped us all see what the boundaries are, what is considered historical, I think we can all go through these processes a lot better. I think it is discomforting to know that so much of the orchard is probably being imposed upon, and I think we're not clear if the 2.84 acres are really 2.84. So I understand that we have an ordinance 90-225, and it talks about how it is our responsibility to safeguard the heritage of the city by providing for the protection of irreplaceable historic resources that represent significant elements of our city's history. And I think if we take the necessary steps to help us all understand what is part of our historic resource, we would be clear and we would be comfortable and we would have trust. And so I think that's the most important thing. The other thing, there are so much more other points to 90-225, is to encourage the public knowledge, understanding, and appreciation of the city's past. Foster civic and neighborhood pride and sense of identity based upon the recognition and use of the city's historic resources. So I think that even though we're saying these trees are dead, we're not doing enough of our part to integrate the conservation of our historic resources as identified in that ordinance as well. So I think that these documents, everybody has come up and said these documentation provide some level of things that were not clear on both sides. So I think that it's important for us to resolve the conflicts between, and it says so as well, that it's important and possible for us to resolve conflicts between the preservation of such resources and alternatives with our land uses. So we should do that, and we should be doing our part to adhere to this ordinance as well. So it's not just this ordinance says this and this ordinance. This is another ordinance that no one's talking about tonight, and that would make me uncomfortable in allowing this permit to go through. So that said, because of 225, excuse me, I am uncomfortable moving forward, and I would support the appeal request.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks again to the appellants for being here and the other supporters, and thanks to staff for all the work they have done leading up to this meeting. You know, someone who has taken positions over the years in support of preserving and protecting the orchards, you know, I looked at this appeal very closely to better understand how staff arrived at its decision to grant the tree removal permit. So I didn't take it lightly. I looked at all the documents in the record. I wanted to make sure that my decision, whatever it was, would be supported by substantial evidence. I listened, as the city attorney said, you know, during the public hearing to the comments and the points that were made, just to see if there was a reason that would sway me one way or the other, because I want to make sure that whatever I arrive and my decision that it is supported by substantial evidence. And I do think staff has presented, and the record does reflect, overwhelming evidence to justify staff granting the tree removal permit. I will start with the DPR. As staff has explained, the city would need to take an additional step of adopting the DPR, the primary record, to be binding on the city, and we have not done that. We have also looked at 11.08. I think it's 1A and other subsections, where it clearly demonstrates that staff had the authority and the ability, in addition to the arborist report, to make a determination of whether or not these trees met the criteria. Evidence is clear that these trees are either dead or they weren't healthy. And as staff has said on the record, they also made the determination that they wouldn't be able to maintain them. And so when you look at the totality of the circumstance where we have an arborist saying, and to quote one of the public commenters, that if we were to possibly maintain some of the trees, we could rehabilitate them. We've heard from staff for various reasons, we would not have been able to do this. As someone asked about the urgency, time wouldn't matter, right? Because these trees are dying, we wouldn't be able to maintain them. And so the tree removal permit being granted was justified. I also want to talk about the boundaries, and I know, whether or not it's before us, but it has been raised. And I think there's enough evidence in the record to show that the 9131 resolution, in addition to the services agreement that we adopted last year, both documents do not include the subject area of the appeal, right? If it's one thing, it's interesting, when we were discussing the services agreement, if that section was part of it, I think, to be honest, that would be an argument to make that, okay, clearly it was part of the boundaries and we are advocating and supporting, maintaining it, protecting it, preserving it. But it wasn't part of the service agreement. It wasn't part of 9131. So there's enough evidence in the record to demonstrate that that subject area, even though it has apricot orchards sitting on that part of the property, it was not considered part or within the boundaries. I also want to touch on replanting the apricot trees and where that goes. As staff mentioned, yes, in the permit approval, there's a 2-to-1 ratio, and my understanding is the code only actually requires 1-to-1, but we're going to require 2-to-1. That's the next step of where the trees will go. But based on what we've heard about this location, and the inability to maintain it in this location, staff will have to make the determination of what trees we replant, where those trees go, what makes sense, and what location could we actually maintain those trees. Because I will tell you personally, if there is a way to replant 25 apricot trees somewhere in our property that we have access to and we can maintain it, I will support it. But I think that's the next step of the process. The last thing I will say, and I do have a lot of notes here, but the last thing I will say is when we get these appeals, in this case, we have the tree removal permit, appeal, we have to look at this evidence before us. And I could just go down. We have the letter from former executive director of the History Museum making the request to remove these trees. We have, and the reasons why, the health of the trees, the risks to the orchard that we are currently spending a lot of money and time and resources trying to maintain. Then we have the arborist report that clearly says most of these trees are not healthy. And to rehabilitate them or maintain them, it's going to take XYZ for that to happen. And we're hearing from staff, so the next step is, can we do that? And we're hearing from staff that they would not be able to maintain these trees, looking at 11.081A. So you have to go through the steps, which is what we do when we hear these appeals in this quasi-judicial setting. And so if you walk through the steps and we really put aside how much we all care about the orchards, how much we all care about maintaining what we have and growing it if possible. If we put that aside and really look at it objectively and what's before us, there is no other conclusion to reach than this tree removal permit was justified in being granted. these trees aren't healthy. They were dying. There was no way to maintain or mitigate what was happening. There were a risk to the healthy apricot trees that we have right now and we want to maintain. And so this was the right thing for staff to do. The evidence, the overwhelming evidence supports it. It's in the record. I look forward to working with the community, Ms. Nunes and others, to figure out how do we grow the orchard if that's possible. But unfortunately, this location and the trees in this location, we could not do anything about them. They are dying, and there was no way to maintain or rehabilitate them. And it's for staff to then move to the next step to determine where are we going to put the 2-to-1 as Mr. Zorns has proposed and what those trees would be. And I look forward to hearing the recommendation from that. But I'll end by saying again, there is more than enough evidence to justify why this tree removal permit was granted. And so I do support upholding staff's decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I find myself largely in agreement with the 3 council members who intend to vote to deny the appeal. And I think each of my 3 colleagues have done a very good job addressing the issue from different points. Nisa, I particularly appreciate yours. That you and I are both attorneys, and I think we think the same way. You said far more eloquently a lot of the things that I had intended to say. I do believe that based on the record in front of us, there is substantial evidence to support the decision of staff. When I was looking at this, I really wanted to find some type of an objective standard that I could use to say, okay, based upon the evidence I have, we've met this objective standard, we being staff, or the appellants are right. We've not met that objective standard. Mr. Spector, I know that you suggested the objective standard can be found in a misinterpretation of the 1991 resolution. I've read it 2 or 3 times since you spoke. I was reading it as you were speaking. I'm sorry, I just don't find your argument compelling. I don't think that's correct. It's something no one has raised before. I don't see it the way you do. In looking at the June 28th memorandum that was submitted by the appellants, I see throughout the document language such as these reasons are inadequate. This is not just cause for removal. And I wanted to know how do I determine what is adequacy? Where is adequacy defined? Where is it in our code? Where is it in case law? What is just cause for removal? But unfortunately, the answers that I got, and based upon my reading of the document itself, it feels subjective. And frankly, if I'm going to look at something subjectively, a lot of deference has to be given to staff. So given that there really were no counter arguments to the standards that staff identified in its report, and I really did not hear a compelling reason why the exemption to CEQA would not apply here. And yes, I did read your attorney's letter, which came in yesterday or the day before. I read it a couple of times. But again, given the rest of the evidence presented, I don't think that the arguments are well stated. And frankly, I think that Assistant City Manager Zorns' explanations to why the city complied with CEQA are compelling. So for all those reasons, I am going to vote with the majority of my colleagues, and I will go ahead and make the motion. Based upon the staff report, the written materials submitted by the appellants and their legal counsel, the oral arguments of staff and the appellants, and the comments received during the public hearing, I move that the council find that the issuance of the tree removal permit was exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guideline 15061B3, that the council adopt the city staff's recommendation and proposed findings, and that the council deny the appeal.
Second.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. The substitute motion would be that we conduct a survey first, a historical resource survey first, And then if we choose to move forward with the motion to grant the permit, then we request that the trees be replaced with apricot trees as well.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, seeing no second, the substitute motion fails. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll on the motion.
For the motion on the floor, Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
No.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Okay, that brings us to item number 11, incentives to electrify new construction. Mr. Assistant City Manager
No, wait.
Zorns, is that you?
I-
Okay, so we'll
yeah, I
wait a
thought-
minute while the room clears for people who don't want to stay for this.
What about the other resolution on the region? Oh, okay. I thought they,
I was gonna do it after. We're gonna do 6 after 11. Well, and now we're down to the usual suspects.
Yikes.
All right. Item number 11, NISA, promise kept. I thought that we would get to incentives much earlier in the year, but this is when the commission was able to get them to us. So
Well done, Mayor. I even forgot. Well done.
I'm gonna kind of quickly go over the Environmental Commission electrification recommendations. So I think as the council is aware, the strategic goals that's set by the council established goal number 3 in January earlier this year, which is about environmental sustainability. And the city of Los Altos will be a leader in environmental sustainability through education, incentives, and adaptation incentives and practices identified in the CAP. So with that, the real kind of work plan, so obviously from the strategic goals of the council, then that folded into our multiple commission work plans that we have that aren't really adopted, rather accepted by the council, which was done, either this one was in late February or early March. I can't remember because we kind of bled into the two. But in the work plan for the Environmental Commission was this particular program or project, as it's identified in their work plan, which is to accelerate building electrification, which is also essentially the CAP item 2.1. And mirroring off of what the CAP identifies is that it's a goal to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, or GHG as we commonly refer to it, for incoming residential and commercial buildings, and then to work with staff to research and develop decarbonization or reduction of the GHG programs, and then assist staff with the education and outreach. So at a high level, the commission presented, it technically was 4, but that I say there was 5 because there was other considerations, which kind of also gave some also direction of where the commission is at right now. And in quick summary is number 1 is to partner with a third party to accelerate electrification of residences. Number 2 was to develop a comprehensive citywide educational and outreach plan. Number 3 is to provide zoning incentives for elective electrification. Number 4 was to charge an environmental fee for the usage of gas appliances. And number 5, or what they titled other considerations, was one of the main kind of takeaways was reach codes are no longer enforceable, as we will also talk about in a following item. But the recommendation to wait for the new California 2025 CVC 25 before making any additional local regulatory changes, such as reach codes or something super significantly close in its implication practicality. So with that, as I kind of already covered at a high level, is recommendation one was to partner with an outside third-party vendor. There are a few vendors that already do very similar work. One of them being a vendor called Block Power. They partner and essentially help facilitate the electrification by tying the customers to the actual electrification incentives that are available at the time, to then the contractors that actually do the work, but almost essentially create the concierge service to kind of get it all done at once. One of the big things and takeaways that they also do provide is essentially a lot of outreach and kind of essentially strategic kind of outreach to people that aren't already electrified, because they use that through what they call as their block maps. And so they use a lot of data-driven ways to kind of help facilitate the electrification for folks that really aren't there yet, even though they might be interested. So it's really more targeted kind of marketing and outreach. And so the sustainability management analyst, who's been with the city for, I think, just 2 years now, has really already taken to reaching out to the vendors and starting to facilitate a more robust, direct conversation with some of the vendors, because obviously staff's going to have to kind of be involved more intimately in regards to potentially releasing an RFP or bringing on a vendor in general. So recommendation number 2, this one's quite long, so I'll kind of try to give the Reader's Digest of it, which really is to do a multi-pronged approach for a comprehensive citywide educational and outreach. The city is already doing a variety of incremental kind of components of this, such as we obviously have done now 2 EV fairs, which have been really warmly and greatly attended. However, that is really time consuming of the staff persons. So we are looking to somewhat partner with another group in order to help facilitate that, so that it's not so cumbersome on staff, so that they can actually get to some of the really complex and truly staff driven processes that are required as a part of our CAP. We also started integrating this year, which is another recommendation essentially to continue, which is doing more focused outreach at like the farmers markets when we do have that seasonally. But then obviously really starting to improve a lot of like what is going on with our city website and also the environmental page, so on and so forth. That's something that we actually did just execute an agreement for the comprehensive citywide website update. I just did that last week. So that's something that is going to be starting to really kind of unfold and kind of fold into what the new needs are, and kind of get us out of kind of the limited abilities that we have under our current platform. Recommendation number 3, this is one that is not super common, but there are some cities, Sunnyvale being one of them. Sunnyvale actually developed this prior to REACH codes actually really being a thing in the building code, and it was a way to kind of somewhat push a little bit of the electrification or REACH codes in general, so essentially just alternatives, since it did come several years ago prior to what we've kind of seen in the last 4 or 5 years. This is something though that I do think has a significant level of complexity that I don't necessarily think is going to work in our jurisdiction, which I did kind of opine on, just because of the other land use decisions and kind of regulatory framework that we've created, obviously with requiring replacement trees. There is also, talking internally after this recommendation, we kind of were thinking about it from the practicality standpoint of, is greening operations at the city no different than, greening our private residential parcels in the city? Do we really actually want to cover more of the lot with more permeable versus impermeable, well, not just surfaces, but actual structures, bigger homes, aka more FAR, more lot coverage, then that's usually associated with more that we're taking from the environment to build those homes. But also on top of that, we're also looking at essentially the potential of additional greenhouse gas emissions, because you have more space to air condition, We don't have homes that are really 100% off the grid and totally carbon neutral. So, more space does usually reflect somewhat of something taking it from somewhere else. So it is quite complex, and I think we have other avenues that we need to explore prior to kind of doing this one as a part of a front-loaded approach with our electrification options. Recommendation number 4 is the charge of an environmental fee for the use of gas appliances within the city, or in other words, some sort of like a user fee, a tax, or a surcharge. I've consulted with the city attorney about this kind of a couple times because this has been brought up previously from some commissioner members. We would have to most likely do some form of a nexus study or an engineer's report, and depending on how the fee or the tax was obviously created and associated with how we apply it in the city, it very well could trigger a vote of the people because of the complexities that it does kind of bring up with the legal framework. So I wouldn't recommend that as essentially something that we're immediately moving forward with. And then recommendation 5, or the other considerations, is one of the key components of what was identified in the other recommendations was not to proceed with any additional regulatory framework, as I previously mentioned. That also included let's wait and see, not do and mirror what Los Altos Hills is doing with a NOx measurement, which is to essentially measure greenhouse gas or some type of emission differently than how we do it now, or how we've been trying to do it. Very similarly to, I think, the letter that we received from an outside attorney for the next item that we're going to talk about is essentially, in common language, is if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, then it is a duck, aka if the regulations are a duck, it is a duck. So I do have apprehension about having ducks. So the staff recommendation is we are really welcoming and wanting to do and move forward with the recommendation number 1 and number 2, which I think are very robust and are going to have a lot of programming time associated with them, at least until we get those done. And then we can come back and talk about additional alternatives that we can do. Obviously, number 5, as I said, we are going to talk about that in the next item, but I do think that based on the recommendation of the commission about not proceeding with additional regulatory kind of avenues until we see the CBC 25. I do think that it gives us a good pass kind of with the next item. The one thing that I will say is with item number 1 and 2 is with our very skilled, very adaptable and great sustainability management analyst, there is only so much that she can do and that we can do as an organization all at once. So this recommendation isn't to just say we can discredit the others in its entirety, but rather when we do implement these and we kind of bring back a more robust discussion, is that we would be able to then potentially layer in additional or other types of electrification. And we will also know a lot more when we see the CBC 25. So I think really these two are the ones that are ripe for action now and in the coming short months, essentially, as we're kind of moving forward in the next few months to kind of move forward, as that's our strategic initiatives to kind of really get going on that. I will say is I think if we try to do too much more than that all at once, is it's going to spread it too thin and we're not going to get anything done. And that's what I'm concerned with beyond that. But I do think that these are really good, solid recommendations by the commission that are before us now today. I'm available for questions.
Vice Mayor.
Give me a sense of budget impact for recommendations 1 and 2.
So there would be a hard cost associated with number 1, which is a $75,000 annual cost. However, that is that does include a good amount of outreach and kind of marketing materials, and really helps to facilitate actual transition. We would, as well as the commission, as a part of their recommendation, I believe they said to do it for a minimum of 2, if not 3 years. So I do think that that's a really kind of good benchmark, is to say, hey, after obviously 1 year, you're not going to know enough. It's just kind of getting going. But after the second or the third year, are we able to kind of ascertain, did we actually get some electrification from it?
That's good. I just wanted to know what the sense was for the numbers. How much does an electric leaf blower cost?
It depends on the level of which one you're getting. If you go to Los Altos Hardware,
I just bought one at Los Altos Hardware,
Yeah.
a high end one.
Yeah, I've seen some as inexpensive as $300, and I've seen obviously the jetpack ones like our guys are wearing in the field, that cost like $1,200. So it really is a range. It just depends on the model and obviously the make.
So basically, we're talking about allocating for a consultant enough money to replace every single gas leaf blower in the city if we wanted to do it. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. It's fine. Thanks, Mr. Zorns. So I see we have Commissioner Texler here, so I don't know if she would answer this question or Mr. Zorns would, but I'm curious. I haven't read the CAAP in a long time, but I know there's so many recommendations in the CAP. And I'm just curious how we arrived at these 4 recommendations. How did we whittle it down to these 4 recommendations? I'm just curious what the process was. I don't know if Commissioner Texler or Mr. Zorns wants to explain how we ended up with just these 2.
Go ahead, since you were directly on it. So yeah, the commission, I'll likely say while Laura's walking up, is they formed a subcommittee to be able to kind of try to work more independently and not have to bring it back to the full commission and tie up other people's time that we're working on other subcommittees for other priorities of the commission.
So Laura Texler, and I guess given your permission, I'm actually speaking on behalf of the commission. If I'm understanding your question, why did we focus only on these electrification incentives? And we
Right,
were
with
not,
all the different recommendations, why these 2? Well, 4, but I know, but yeah.
We were not looking in total at the CAP and making recommendations for what we should focus on in the CAP, solely on how we can incentivize home electrification for the most part, and really focusing on, I would say for the most part, heat pump installations, as opposed to not to exclude gardening equipment or to exclude EV incentives. But I would say for the most part, our work was looking at how can we incentivize installation of heat pump, water heaters, and HVAC, and to a certain extent, induction cooktops.
Thank
Does
you.
that help?
No, it does. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang.
Thank you for the report. So what I'm hearing today is about incentivization as well. So the question was asked, how much is it going to cost for recommendation number 1? Talked about 75,000, right? Where does the fund come from?
So the city allocated $50,000 in this year's annual budget. So because it's already September, we haven't started an RFP yet. I wouldn't imagine that we would really be able to execute a professional service agreement until probably the very end of the year. And so I wouldn't really anticipate any expenditures probably until January. So if it's 75,000 divided by the half of the remainder of the fiscal cycle, we're actually looking at, we could cover it with the existing budget. It's just something that we would have to account for $75,000 allocated in the future budget cycles. So I would be able to cover it under the existing operating approved budget.
But then, if we wanted to create an incentivization program, wouldn't that money also as well be going towards creating an incentivization program?
Yeah, so I think what some of the council is kind of somewhat referring to is essentially a local rebate type of a system, because I think what the commission is recommending is somewhat of a form of incentivization. It's just it's really kind of creating somewhat of an outside vendor to be able to help link together all of the, because it can be kind of complex with how many different rebates there are available, whether or not it's at the federal level, the state level, sometimes even at the local level. We're in PG&E kind of territory, and then SVCE on top of it. So it kind of helps to blend together all of the potential rebates, and then also the contractors. So it's really, that's one way to do it, is the localized rebates for very specific things that either the commission or the council would kind of be looking to do locally. Or this is one way that we would still electrify locally. It's just not direct localization of rebates.
But the money we give to those consultants, we could actually create our own incentivization program, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then also, if you move forward on number 1, I noticed we identified 4 vendors. We normally don't promote vendors, and I just recently attended a conference for AAPI as well as diverse organizations. Should you move forward on doing an RFP, it would be open to other vendors as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The recommendation that came from the Environmental Commission, though, is this specific type of vendor. There aren't incredibly many that do this very specific task. However, there might be. And so we would obviously open it up to allow for anybody that's obviously the few that we could find, essentially, and then anybody else that is willing and able to be a responsive proposer.
Okay. So I also saw through other municipal organizations that if they also put out an RFP, they can also prioritize, like, to organizations perhaps that are either a higher priority for women businesses or veterans businesses. Could we create something like that as well?
So for prioritization of a response for the proposal, or for incentives and the rebates?
Proposal for the RFP
we don't have a city policy that has a specific preference to that. So it would be a city policy change that we'd have to make.
Okay. So I figure I should ask because we're busy asking questions. And then that'll be great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Meadows, any questions?
No, thank you, Mayor. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Assistant City Manager, you made the argument against the commission recommendation to give some kind of an incentive in terms of increased lot coverage or FAR, because then we're going to have a bigger house, and that's what we're trying not to do, because that's going to require more energy. But let me ask you this. If a house were allowed to be 5% bigger, or 5% of lot coverage, maybe it's a 10% bigger house. If that house is using all electric appliances as opposed to gas appliances, will the savings in greenhouse gas emissions outweigh the loss of permeable land, green space on the lot. Yeah, you understand what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah, I think we would have to do, I think instead of directing us, if we wanted to move forward with that, I wouldn't feel comfortable answering that without maybe doing like an independent kind of, almost like a prototype, and then like asking like a Title 24 specialist to audit that type of proposal. Now, yes, in theory, obviously, myself and the sustainability analyst, we kind of talked about it a little bit today in this context. So I just want to make sure I frame it kind of just so you know why I don't think it's so much of a straightforward answer for this question, is that yes, would the energy consumption and obviously creation be essentially in theory more healthy in regards to what is the energy production and consumption for that new home? Yes. But going back to the old principle of what I learned in sustainability school was I do have a minor in that, yes. So is the R's, and it goes back to the reduce, reuse, recycle. And so are we taking and degrading more from the environment when we build a brand new home that's all energy efficient, or enjoying the existing home that we have today? Taking consumption of saying, oh, I'm going to just buy a new car every 4 years versus I'm going to drive the car until it dies. There's all of that weird kind of argument. So I think we would need to really kind of look at it fundamentally, because although we have seen a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the city, really the biggest kind of contributor to that has actually been our participation in SVCE, which is actually that we're buying clean energy for what we say we're using, but really then there's other dependents of other jurisdictions that are, it's that weird kind of complexity of actually where the energy is getting consumed, who's getting it, all that fun stuff. So we would really need to fundamentally kind of analyze that and really kind of look at it from there. The big pause that I will say is that from talking to Sunnyvale is that it hasn't been that robustly successful there, though. It was really more actual reach codes that actually helped to electrify and create the kind of nexus between the two.
How did Sunnyvale measure whether or not it was successful?
I would have to probably ask them a little bit more intricate details about how they have measured or looked at it over and over. They just said that it wasn't, when we talked to the planning officer at the city, was that it wasn't significantly utilized. So it actually wasn't requested or deployed as much as they were hoping that it would have been.
So it sounds like it wasn't as effective as they had hoped because the incentives were not great enough to compel builders to use them. Okay. With respect to the study that you described, who would be qualified to do that study? How long would it take? And how much would it cost?
So that's something that we could talk with our on-call consultants. We have some that specialize in planning, but that also have specialists for environmental planning and things of that nature. So we could kind of reach out to some of them and ask them about, do they have someone that can kind of help us kind of model this somewhat of a prototype, essentially, and kind of go from there. I'd have to get back to you on that, though.
Okay. When a contractor comes to City Hall and wants to pull permits to allow them to plumb for and install a gas furnace, a gas water heater, are they informed? Are they given any kind of literature? Do they have to sign anything acknowledging that within 2, 3, 4 years, this is going to be illegal and you won't be able to replace the gas appliance with another gas appliance?
So there are certain things that it's very minimal at this point because her name's Tanya, but our sustainability coordinator or analyst has been working very closely with the building department as well as the building official to kind of really kind of see what we're giving and providing as literature. Obviously, a lot of what we do now is all online, which is actually a good thing because that means no gas, driving to and from City Hall essentially with the contractors. So we're going to continue to kind of keep on looking at that. Thankfully, a lot of what we do is direct kind of permitting now for a lot of those types of permits. So it's something that our sustainability analysts can kind of keep on looking at to kind of further improve, because I think that's also a biggest part of it is the information sharing, obviously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now open this agenda item up for public comment.
I have one card, Laura Texler.
Hi, Laura Texler again. And actually, there is a little bit of confusion, I think, on the commission part about whether I can be here speaking on behalf of the commission. This is something we have voted on.
So if you don't have authority from the commission, expressly from the commission, you have to speak, you have to limit your comments as a member of the public. You cannot represent the commission because you don't have the commission's authority to do so.
They didn't vote on me to speak. We voted on the recommendations. So, all right, I'm here as a member of the public, not speaking on behalf of the commission. And I want to just encourage a couple of things to not lose the recommendations 3 and 4, understanding that the city has limited resources, and as we discussed as a subcommittee, our recommendations, we recognized that this may need to be a staggered implementation, but I would just suggest that we not lose the thread of those other 2 recommendations, particularly number 3. I think something Mayor Weinberg, you touched on, that every new home or significant remodel that happens and puts a gas appliance or a gas line in, that is a huge lost opportunity that will be a cost to that homeowner or future homeowner to go and go back and be able to put in the next appliance will be a heat pump appliance because that's all that will be available. So whatever we can do to capture as many new homes and rebuilds to have that electric infrastructure is really important, and I think homeowners will appreciate not putting a lot of resources. And as far as the building incentives, I would say that while floor area ratio, building height are the things were some things that we explored with building and planning, there could be other incentives, building incentives that the city could offer to 100% electric homes. And so perhaps the direction is to continue to explore that, and I understand the concerns about building larger homes, and some commissioners also expressed that concern. So are there other building incentives that we can offer to incentivize homeowners? And perhaps that's something we need to dig deeper with the help, obviously, of staff. We did have extensive discussions, like I said, with the staff who interact with that process. But maybe there's something else that we can uncover in that as well. And also recommendation for perhaps it's not yet ripe time for that, but it may be at some point in the future. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. One question for you. Do you recall whether the subcommittee ever considered recommending relaxing some development fees as an incentive to electrification?
I don't know that we discussed development fees to my recollection particularly, but again, if there is another avenue for incentivizing, other cities have offered their own rebates, so that's a financial incentive is if there's something else that the city has resources to do.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, any other comments?
I have no other cards.
No. Okay, then I will bring it back to the council. Who'd like to get it started?
I'll go, Mayor. I don't know if you can see I have a hand up.
All right, you're on.
All right. So thanks to the commission for doing a really good job with this. It makes a lot of sense. It hangs together well. I want to comment on some of the specific recommendations. I agree with number one. I think it's, especially with the Berkeley decision, we need to accelerate electrification of residences, and we always have talked about how really existing homes are the part of the iceberg below the surface of the water, and new homes were the tip, but then there's all this potential. So number one is actually really important. And I think it ties in with number two. They're not necessarily separate, though I realize they're separate actions to build out that capability. But that altogether could be very powerful, because for some people, well, for most people, it's a very complex process in an existing home to take this approach. Number three, I actually do not support providing zoning incentives for elective electrification. And I do think that elective electrification for new homes and major remodels fits very nicely in with 1 and 2 anyway. There could be a brochure or handout that says, you're building a new home. Here's what to think about and why you should go all electric. The reason I don't support zoning incentives is I actually don't think the commensurate value is particularly equivalent to allow someone to, the value associated with building a larger house and smaller setbacks, when we already give a lot of that with some of our, particularly ADU and SB9, but now we're talking about homes as well. I think that's just too much. It's not really balanced. And then I want to remind my colleagues, we actually have already given reduced side yard concessions for putting, what was it? Heat pump water, or no, heat pump,
Air conditioning.
furnace HVAC stuff outside, because that's where a lot of that equipment has to go. So we've already made some concessions to our zoning. I don't support really big ones at this time. Maybe we can study them at some point in the future. Then let me go back to my list here. I think charging a fee for the usage of gas is an interesting idea. I really feel like I'd rather see the new building codes come in and see how that evolves before we spent time or resources. And I also am really curious to see, and there's not been a challenge yet, but how BACMed can get away with regulating gas appliances in light of the Berkeley decision. And I wonder if before their timelines come, I know there's no challenge yet, and so everything's still moving forward. But between the new building codes coming and I just would be surprised if BACMed got no challenge. Maybe they have some higher authority relative to the Ninth Circuit that I don't know. But anyway, I would rather hold off on that, because, and also as staff said, we would need to do a nexus study for that. So I agree with not doing 3 and 4. Maybe it's a matter of timing, but getting more information. And then, well, I basically already said I agree with 5. So 1, 2, and 5, I think are the best recommendations for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
So I'm definitely on board with number 5. And I'm sorry my analogy about the gas leak blowers was a little bit off topic, because I know that we're really dealing with electrification. But what I was getting to is that I think all of the actions in 1 and 2 are fine if you don't have a budget, if you don't have to pay for them, if there is no cost, because there's very little way to measure their effectiveness. And I personally don't think that they'll be as effective as taking the same amount of money and giving direct rebates for people who want to buy heat pumps. Let's try that. I mean, if we're willing to spend $75,000 a year, then let's do it in rebates. Let's make these heat pumps less expensive for people to install. And then we'll have data we can measure and decide whether or not it was effective. And guess what? If we end up spending a lot of money, it's because a lot of heat pumps got installed. So I support number 5. I don't support 1 and 2 because I don't think we'll get the value that we would get from spending that same money on direct rebates. So my sort of opportunity cost analysis says, put the money in the pockets of the people that are actually making the improvements to their greenhouse gas footprints.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Flagger?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm curious, Mr. Zorns or Commissioner Texler, were rebates considered as part of the subcommittee's work?
We know that we discussed it in the context that other cities said that it was the rebates they offered were a big incentive, but also we know that there are rebates available from so many other sources that are not currently being tapped into and being utilized. So our thought was connecting residents to that resource that's already existing is more important than the small rebate the city might layer on top of that.
Yeah.
And that the real hurdle that when we talk to these providers, the real hurdle is the walking people through the process, helping them understand, connecting them to the contractor, helping them understand what rebates they're that they are already available to them, and helping them figure out what kind of appliance they want to get. That those are the resources that really help move the needle in getting the installations done.
I have a follow-up question. So we know that lots of different agencies and entities offer rebates, and unfortunately, consumers don't avail themselves of those rebates to the extent that we want. But isn't it also true that lots of other agencies and entities offer resource location services, offer like SVCE has a resource page, and you can go and you can get the same kind of education and information that we're seeking to drive to our residents. That's also available from other sources, right?
That is true.
So what's the rationale for thinking that we're more well suited to do that education than an entity like SVCE or the Clean Air Resources Board or BAQMD or et cetera?
So what we would be looking to get from a provider is the targeted outreach to our residents, which, yes, SVCE or BayREN is doing kind of more regional outreach. The other thing that can be offered is there is a provider that will front incentives, and they will go and do the work to get those incentives for the homeowner. So they do a lot of the legwork. And the connection to qualified contractors and they're finding the contractor for the homeowner. So it's a concierge service that really has been shown in other places to get people over the hump of the getting started, getting the resources that they need, and walking them, hand-holding them through the process. There's, some of them do it by phone, some of them do it through an app that are really doing the hand-holding service.
Thank you. That's very
I think so.
Councilmember Flagger?
So, Councilmember Meadows, did you have a follow-up to that question?
Yes, I did. Thank you for seeing my hand.
Thanks to Councilmember Lee. I give credit where credit's due.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. Yes, I wanted to support what Laura was saying, because I think from, what I hear on SVCE too, and people their website itself it's very hard for an individual, even if it's a chock full website with all the best information in the world, to figure it out. So it's things like the concierge service and the hand holding that makes a difference. It's not what's available, it's how you access it. And I think that's what the Environmental Commission is proposing, a way to help people access it. And so I just wanted to say that I did support the rationale that it sounds like the commission used.
Is that it, Councilmember Meadows? Okay, then I'll go.
Yes.
So thanks again, Commissioner Texler. I'll give comments now. I don't think I have any more questions. So again, thanks for all the work that's been done. I have to say that I was disappointed with the recommendations. I obviously support them, even these baby steps, if that's where we are today and that's the only thing that's before us to approve, I'm going to approve them. But someone actually said to me, this is at the level of what some high school green teams are doing, right? We received an email from a Greentown board member, I think on August 20th. It's a public comment where she listed at least 10 different suggestions based on what other cities are doing. And so when I look at these two recommendations, and that's why I asked the question at the beginning, like, how did we just end up with these two? And I'm putting 3 and 4 to the side. It just seems as if we were like, we have to do something. You know, what's a low-hanging fruit? Let's just do these two things. And I'm not saying these two things aren't things we need to do, and they can't help us in our efforts. But in our priorities, we use the word leader, and we talk about being bold. And to me, these two recommendations are neither bold nor demonstrate leadership. And as a city, you know, we should do more that's tied to our role as a city, building, zoning. Like, these are things that we do as a city and a city council. We should be directing staff to work with our environmental commission to put these things in place. Education, great. I support that. Hiring a third party to act in this concierge role, great. It's obviously necessary. I actually had jotted down, what about a rebate program? So I really appreciate Councilmember Meadows, who's the liaison, and Commissioner Texler explaining why that wasn't one of the recommendations, because I think when we talk about incentives, having these direct rebates is always some things that cities do. But I am disappointed. I'm very familiar with the CAP. There's so many recommendations. And in our priorities, we also say things from the CAP. So it's incentives, educational programs, and things we can do that are included in the CAP. And there's so many things in the CAP for us to just do these two things. Numbers 3 and 4, I understand why staff isn't recommending them. I wonder if there were other things we could do as a city to advance this priority. It's close to the end of the year, and I do appreciate the mayor making sure we got this on his agenda before he stepped down as mayor, so I do want to thank him for that. But I do think that as a city who, you know, we make this a priority, we claim this is important, we claim we want to do all these things, and we talk, we need to start doing more. I clearly don't want us to violate the laws, but there's so many other cities doing things. They're not deterred by the Berkeley ruling. And I think we need to step up and start doing more in addition to these two recommendations. I don't know what happens next if the subcommittee has been disbanded, what their role will be with regards to numbers 1 and 2. But from my perspective as a council member and knowing this is still a priority, I think we need to figure out, well, first of all, I think for numbers 1 and 2, you know, delve more into what that really involves. And then see what else can we do as a leader city on this topic to really demonstrate that when we say we care about this, when we say we want to take a bold leadership position on this issue, we're not doing what a green team at the high school is doing, where they do educational programs for their students at the high school, and we're doing that for the community. Not to say we don't need to do it, but I wish we were doing more. I think we can do more, even with our limited resources, even with our limited budget. I think we should continue to look for opportunities and things we can do to push this priority forward. I know we have commissioners on the Environmental Commission ready to go. And so that's what I want to make sure everybody understands. And I know some people may listen to this tomorrow, where I have not lost sight of this being a priority. I know we'll talk about the suspension of the REACH codes in the next item. And I hope as a city, we're not, we don't, not try to do more bold things for whatever reason. So I do support the recommendations because it's something. But I do wish we were doing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang.
I support recommendation 5, no doubt about it. I'm on board with Vice Mayor. I'm not supportive of recommendation number 1. I feel that we can use those funds to create our own local rebate programs. I agree that if we see a difference, because there's a lot of rebate programs out there. Yes, there are. But we're also competing with everyone else, either in the county, in the state. And then when people tap into it, a lot of times they're not successful. What we want to do is create something that benefits our residents. That funds that we're putting in should benefit the residents of Los Altos. So I strongly believe that the monies that would be going into recommendation number 1 would be better spent in creating our own local rebate program. Number 2, recommendation number 2, I would like to encourage you, Vice Mayor, to support recommendation number 2 as well. And it's about education, education, education. Definitely everybody benefits with knowledge and education and learning more. And once they learn more, there'll be more incentivized to visit these partnering agencies, Actera, SVCE, and then learn more. If they offer rebates at that time, that's great, and people, but putting on our own fairs, I'm all for local fairs, and that's part of the recommendation, and having town halls, and having booths at the farmers market. So I'm all for recommendation number 2. So I'm supportive of 2 and 5. Number 1, I would consider changing that recommendation and creating our own rebate program. And so therefore, I think that I would like to ask that if we move forward on taking a vote, I'd like to make sure we can divide up the votes, because obviously 2 of us definitely support 2 and 5. And I think if you want to take a vote on recommendation 1, that's fine, but I think that it would be great that we divide up the votes and you take a separate vote for recommendation 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, this has been a very interesting conversation. As a liaison to the Environmental Commission, I want to stick up for them a little bit. No, she's the liaison for SVCE. Nisa, I agree with you. I want to do something far more bold than what we have just in front of us. I'm not sure that the message was clearly articulated to the commission from this council. I mean, we have, not right now, but we have recently have council members who are not convinced that what we do as people affects climate change. And there are a lot of people in the city, I think, who have that position as well. So asking the commission to really go out on a limb without having been given that express authority or direction from the council, I think is a little bit harsh. And just from sitting in on that commission, watching them deliberate, these recommendations did not come about because the commissioners themselves are timid or don't think that climate change is a problem. There are other reasons, I think, that they did not go as far as you would have hoped, or as I would have hoped. Okay. When the Environmental Commission discussed this item at their last meeting, one of the most important things that was said was, look, the CAP says that we want to be carbon neutral by 2035. and we are way behind on we're way behind on our goals. Now, REACH code certainly had a lot to do with that, but it's not the only reason. There's a future agenda item that I was going to wait till later in the year, but I guess I'll bring it up later tonight because we're having this conversation. But the reality is that we are not on pace to meet our goal to be carbon neutral by 2035. And if we're going to change that, there's got to be some very significant changes. I'm fine with recommendation number one. I'm not convinced that it's going to do wonders for us, but with the work that was done by the commission, I think that it is a resource that would be useful, at least to try for a year and a half. I don't believe that money put into recommendation number one means that there's nothing left over to incentivize. Quite the contrary. I think that if we're capping ourselves at $75,000 to encourage electrification, we're not even going to make a dent in the bucket. And at that point, we might as well say, well, we need to adjust our cap because we're not serious about becoming carbon neutral. It's going to take a lot more than $75,000 to convince developers, property owners that they need to electrify. So I would support recommendation number one. I don't think it's critical. If there was a motion that didn't include it, I would probably still support it if it contained other things, but I have no problem with it. Same with recommendation number two. I would go even farther than what the 7 actions say. I like the idea of making sure that contractors and property owners especially have to sign something that the city requires of them so that it's fresh in their mind that the decision not to electrify is probably going to be very costly down the road. Now, some developers just want to flip. Some developers just want to entitle. So they may not be moved about it when they're trying to put plans together. But I think what the advantage that the city has is we're the ones that are actually dealing with the contractors. We're the ones that are dealing with the property owners. And whoever we hire for recommendation number one, if we do, it's not them. But when someone comes to the counter and tells Nick, I want a permit to put in a gas water heater, that's the opportunity to say, hey, the law allows you, and we're not going to enforce our REACH codes, depending on what happens in our next agenda item, but just beware, when your gas water heater breaks, you're not going to be able to replace it with another gas water heater. It's going to have to be electric. And if you have not already plumbed for it, you are going to face some very serious costs. So think carefully about what it is that you want to do at this point in your new construction. Explaining it in very clear terms to a property owner, making them sign that piece of paper that says, I've been advised that I'm not going to be able to replace a gas appliance after 2027, whatever it is. I think that would be useful. Recommendation number 3. I'm not crazy about it. I would be okay with supporting. I would support hiring the right consultant to do the type of study that Mr. Zorns and I talked about earlier. But I think it's a long, cumbersome process. I think if you're talking about changing our zoning codes, that you're opening up a real can of worms. It certainly is not something that would be appropriate for us to do tonight. We would have to get a lot more public input about that. However, in lieu of number 3, and even in lieu of incentives, I would support lowering some of our development fees. I mean, that's really kind of how this conversation came about, right? We had the Nexus study and we wanted to normalize our fees so that we were recovering our costs. And the question was, well, we want building electrification. Can we look at some of our development fees and lower those as an incentive for property owners, for developers to build all electric construction? And we decided not to move forward at that point because we really didn't have data in front of us. It would have been shooting at the hip if we said we want to lower that fee 5%, that fee 7%. And I mean, Nisa, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's where it came from. I thought Nisa's idea was good, but we had to get our fees established and then really try to figure out what fees would make sense to adjust if we want to do that. So what I would support more than anything else would be a direction to staff to look at what development fees could be adjusted as an incentive to encourage developers, property owners to build new all-electric construction. And I see that in lieu of giving them money. I don't think it really matters to them if they're paying less in fees or we're giving them cash. Ultimately, it's the same thing. Recommendation number 4, I don't support. I don't want to do this with a stick. I want to do it with a carrot. The city staff has opined that we would need a nexus study. Even with a nexus study, I'm shocked to hear that this is something that would be legal. I mean, you want to have a surcharge for people to use a public utility. I mean, it doesn't seem right to me. I understand where the recommendation is coming from. I understood the discussion that the Environmental Commission had, but I'm skeptical that it's legal, and I don't think that the stick is the right approach. I really think that the carrot in reduced fees is the right approach. And then in terms of number 5, and we're going to talk about that in our next item, so I will save my comments for that item. So that's where I stand right now. Vice Mayor.
I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos accept recommendations 1 and 2 and 5 and direct staff, well, we'll separately give staff direction, but I move the City Council of the City of Los Altos accept the recommendations of the Environmental Commission's number 1, 2, and 5 reflected in the staff report.
So I requested that the motion be divided, but, and also our norms clearly state that if a motion clearly contains divisible parts, a council member can request for the moving party divide the motion into separate motions to provide council members an opportunity for more specific consideration.
So how about if I amend? Can I amend my motion?
Oh, you can just.
We'll start with just recommendation number 1.
Yes.
I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos accept the Environmental Commission's recommendation number 1.
I'll second.
Councilmember Liang,
No.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes,
Ma-
I've been convinced.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
I'm ready to make another motion. Okay. I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos accept the Environmental Commission's recommendation number 2 as reflected in the staff report.
I'll be glad to second that one.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I have another motion, Mayor. I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos accept the recommendation number 5 from the Environmental Commission as reflected in the staff report.
Second.
Councilmember Fliger,
No.
Councilmember Meadows,
I'm sorry, but before you go on, I need clarification. What exactly is recommendation number 5? What does a yes vote compel the city to do with respect to that?
So it's not going to compel the city. It's just that we're not going to further do.
I withdraw that motion. We don't actually have to pass a motion for that.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
I withdraw.
Yeah.
I withdraw.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but Mayor, if I may make some remarks now, I would like my colleagues to consider giving staff direction to review modifications to our development fee schedule that could significantly enhance electrification.
I would second that direction.
So before we get a third on that direction, could we look at not just reducing a fee structure potentially, but also work with the Environmental Commission on other ideas like direct rebates or subsidies that may also increase electrification?
I'm personally very interested in the direct rebates, and I only reluctantly supported number one because I was convinced that the mayor had deeper pockets than I do.
Yeah. And I will just give you a heads up that when you start waiving or reducing fees, it can trigger prevailing wage.
No, I'm saying we'll look at a comprehensive recommendation to council that includes non-collection of fees, subsidies, direct rebates.
Yeah, that's fine. Is there a third?
We don't need a motion for that. That's direction, correct?
I mean, I support it. If you need
Okay,
a third.
so there are three council members who
This is the
support,
future agenda.
the direction as expressed by the city manager.
I support it also.
And just one last piece, as we have a member here from the Environmental Commission. When we adopted the budget, there was a large discussion at council about the funds set aside were a placeholder. So I don't think we need to look at these as competing dollars, but they're complementary. So I think moving forward, we'll come forward with a potential budget recommendation as well. That'll be separate from what was approved.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 6, the postponement of enforcement of Los Altos reach codes. Councilmember Liang, you asked that this item be pulled.
Yeah, I had some questions about it because I think it wasn't satisfactory in the Q&A that I submitted. Because when someone's reading the ordinance, how would they know that the enforcement has been suspended?
So in order to get to the ordinance webpage, they'd have to kind of go through our website. So I think your council Q&A was how would they know the difference, if we're not going to redline or repeal and take out. And what we've seen in other jurisdictions, as well as essentially when you're doing a pause or a suspension, is you essentially put the suspending resolution as essentially the first click, so that when you're advancing it is that you kind of have a header that says it's suspended or directs it to another web page in order to know the difference between the two.
You know how when you click on the code, it says modify?
Yeah,
So
and we could try to see if our municipal code service provider host can kind of put an alert about a suspension banner on the actual
Yeah,
code.
that would be great. That'll be made clearer, and that was most important to me. Okay, if that's the case, then I'm satisfied, and that was my main concern, was making sure that people understood that. Thank you.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I was not planning to pull the item, but I was planning to make a comment before voting on it. But since Councilmember Liang pulled it, I decided to obviously save my comment for now. So as maybe the only council member who voted for the REACH codes in its entirety still sitting here on the dais, I wanted to take the opportunity really to thank and recognize so many community members, leaders, former council members, students from the high schools who really showed up, worked hard, and put a lot of effort into us passing these REACH codes. 2020? And then moving forward again, trying to do a REACH codes 2.0. I know a lot of people are disappointed that we're doing this. As we've been told by our city attorney, and it's clear in the record that because of the Berkeley lawsuit, the recommendation is for us to suspend our REACH codes. So I will be reluctantly supporting this item tonight based on that narrow advice. But I wanted people to really understand that the work that they did was not in vain. It was appreciated. I want to thank them for their leadership. I don't want them to get discouraged or disappointed. Because this continues to be a priority for the city council, as we've said year after year. And we need you to continue being engaged and not feel as if you don't have a city that supports this priority anymore, as I've heard, because it's clear that we do. We're just trying to find legal avenues to continue to move this forward. So big thank you to everyone who worked really hard, current staff, former staff, on helping us get those. It wasn't easy. Oh, many meetings, as a city attorney will remember. A lot went into it. And so, we have to suspend it, and we'll see what happens in the future. But thank you, onward. We believe in this. We'll move forward and we'll figure out how to do it legally, and not lose sight of this as a priority. At least that's my commitment to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Councilmember Flagger just said. I do want to add for context that I think it was shared with council, but I know a number of you have seen that SVCE created a table that showed what all the jurisdictions within the JPA are doing, and the vast majority of them have suspended. Again, everyone's suspending reluctantly. And then the point is, where do we go from here? And we already talked about Los Altos Hills taking different approach, et cetera, et cetera. But we're not alone. Of the 13 in SVCE, I think about 9 or 10 have suspended, and some are bringing it forward to suspend. I think there's only 2 that haven't done so, but I could have the numbers slightly wrong. I just wanted to add that context, but thank you to Councilmember Flagger for expressing appreciation for all those who worked on it.
Okay. With that, I'll accept the motion.
I'll motion that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos suspending enforcement of the City of Los Altos Municipal Code, local laws and regulations imposing all electric requirements for new construction or otherwise prohibiting use of installation of gas appliances contained within the City of Los Altos Municipal Code Title 12, and find that this action is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15061 of the state guidelines implementing the California Environmental Quality Act of 1970.
Second?
Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. The remaining items are informational only. I will look to my colleagues and see if anyone would like to make a report or suggest a future agenda item. Going once. Going.
I have my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
That's
Sally.
all right. Yeah, so I don't know exactly how to express the agenda item. Maybe the city manager will have a better, but this orchard questions need to be addressed. We cannot keep having misunderstandings or different understandings between the definitions. So I don't know what the agenda item is, but we need to clearly define what is and isn't historical, part of the historical orchard, whether it's defined by feet and inches or trees or whatever. We've just, every time anyone wants to do anything, I mean, a library patio, which doesn't even affect any trees, it's just this huge hullabaloo. So we just need to know what is right and be able to use that as the yardstick against whatever proposals come forward, because it's so non-constructive to have the type of discussion we had tonight. I mean, I'm glad we had it because it gives us the opportunity, but I don't know what the agenda item is. But I think we have some more, maybe another agenda item coming soon that has to do with the patio or something, but I would like this settled.
But as a practical matter, how would we do that? I mean, if the council tries to clarify, this is what we think are the boundaries, if someone disagrees, they're going to claim that we are shrinking the boundaries, and that requires a whole full process.
Yeah, you're getting into a discussion too.
Right, we're getting into a discussion. So I guess I don't know how to verbalize an agenda item, so I can't ask for support, though I feel like the vice mayor in the past has sort of asked for a similar agenda item, but he's not speaking up, so never mind.
I'm nodding my head, Sally, but I don't know what to say.
Right,
Well,
exactly.
I think the motion would have to be to amend the boundaries of. Well, I agree with you, but if the motion's going to, if this is the agenda item that a majority wants, I think it has to be agendizing, changing the boundaries of the historic orchard.
Defining, yeah, I think,
But if
I
you're
don't want to
defining,
change
you're-
it, I think we want to do the right thing.
But to do that, you've got to go through the process of changing it.
No, I wanted to support her. I
But as
wanted,
a practical matter, again, how do you do that? When you say we're going to say this is what the boundaries are, but it puts the city at jeopardy for someone saying your boundaries are smaller than what's already been established. Therefore, you're changing it. Therefore, you have to go through the process.
No.
So if that's what you want to do, I think you just have to say we're going through the process, and then that's how you would, and that's how you have it. Councilmember Liang.
I think we should do a survey and to establish, and that way we can move forward with a clear understanding. I don't think we want to change the boundaries, but we want to clearly understand what the boundaries are. And I think I would support.
Okay. Yeah.
But no, I think we need to find out a survey and do a historical resource.
So I'll
review.
withdraw my, and let Councilmember Liang make her, since I didn't have a very good verbalization of a future agenda item, I withdraw.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Flagler.
Thank you. I just want to make an announcement. The Cal Cities Peninsula Division is having a lunch at Skyline College on September 25th. It's a luncheon. It will be $25 per person. The college that has its own kitchen and catering business will be catering the event. We have Assemblymember Pappen signed up to be one of the speakers, and the focus will be sea level rise, climate change, and we've invited students from the college. I think we have 25 students from one of the classes attending, and so we want to encourage as many elected officials to attend as possible just to interact with these students, and it's also supposed to be a great program. And I think the city can cover the cost of the lunch, but you should check with the city manager.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I would like to consider an e-bike ordinance pertaining to where they are allowed to ride, where they need to be parked, and any other things that impact public safety.
I would second that.
Yeah, I thought we already got an email informing us that the PD is doing that. Is that correct?
We were told that they are looking at the situation, but I think council needs to step forward with a specific, we need to get to the point where there's a specific ordinance on the books that because I don't want to get into a discussion, but
Okay,
we
yeah,
need
if it's going to be an ordinance, I support that too. So, I have a question on agenda item 12. So I appreciate the information on it, but I just had a question on why the RFP was not to be made public.
So, yes, but again, that's an information item only, so we'll have discussion on it. Happy to answer that question for you offline.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to propose a future agenda item. I think that the time has come for the council to take another look at our cap. And I am going to recommend that it not only be agendized, but that if the incoming mayor, if it's at his pleasure, I think it should be one of the first things that the new council looks at. There's going to be at least one, maybe as many as 3 council members. The cap, especially with reach codes now being unenforceable, I think we need to have a new look at it, and the right time to do that is when new council members are sat, so that they're given a full they're thrown into the deep end on it.
I support the request to look at the cap.
If you need a third, I support also.
Point of clarification?
Mhm.
What do you mean?
Okay, so without getting it into discussion, it has been observed by the Environmental Commission that we are not meeting the goals set forth in the cap. So I think it is time for the council to take a look at the cap.
Okay, so right now, the recommendation for a future agenda item is too vague for me to support it, but it has support sufficient to be on the agenda. However, I would suggest that instead we take an intermediate step of doing call it a cap progress review.
Well, I have some ideas actually along those lines. I didn't want to get into a discussion, but what I was thinking is we could treat the cap the same way we treat the HEU.
Well, absolutely. It's appropriate that throughout the course of what will be a 13-year period that the cap covers, we should check in. How are we doing against the standards that we set,
So
right?
there's support for the item.
But no, I'm not done. Please, just wait a minute, okay? Because the way it was proposed remains very ambiguous and could be interpreted as opening up something that we've already approved to either unapprove it or unapprove parts of it or change parts of it. And that is not what we should be doing. What we should be doing, first and foremost, is sort of a status check. We check in, see where we are relative to those goals. Now, if we do that, we may then come back and have another bite at the apple and say, you know what? We're not going to make those objectives. Let's reevaluate our objectives. But I don't want to jump to the state where we're reevaluating
I think that's absolutely what I was.
That's
I
what I want
was not suggesting
That's what I want
changing
clarified.
anything.
That's what I want
I
clarified,
think that
because I
there
think
needs to
people
be
will-
there needs to be the council needs to take a look at the cap. That's all that I'm saying. And I think it would be appropriate for the next council to do it. That gives staff plenty of time to take a look at it. It gives the commission an opportunity.
Yeah, the next
If they want to
council's
make
gonna
some
do it.
recommendations to the council on how to look at it, that's all. It would be up to the council if they actually want to make changes. I'm not suggesting agendizing any proposed changes. I don't know what changes would be appropriate. I'm saying take a look at the cap. We're not set to meet our goals on the cap, especially if we do it next year. It lets the new council members get into it, and then the next council can decide if they want to do anything, and if they want to do something, what they want to do.
So the guidance then is that we're not agendizing a change to the cap, right?
Okay.
Right?
Correct.
We could just bring the cap back and then you guys can argue about what.
No, we should have a status report. It's friggin' simple.
It should be a status report, and the
All
new
right, is there anything
council
else from
deals with
staff
it.
tonight?
Ready for a status report. Or
Anything else?
We have support for the item. We'll bring it back.
Is there anything else from staff
No.
tonight? Okay. Then we are adjourned. Right. It's not open. I mean, you'll be able to control it.